the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic.
and one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Thank you. Roll call.
Councilmember Brescher.
Here.
Councilmember Coyle.
Here.
Councilmember Deal.
Here.
Councilmember Gomez.
Here.
Councilmember Joshi.
Here.
Councilmember Patel.
Here.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
At present.
Adequate notice. Oh, director's roll call. Let me do director's roll call. I always forget. Okay. Health director. Is Jay Elliott here?
Yes, I am.
All right, Jay's here. Then law is still on?
Yes.
Planning and engineering, Mike, you there?
Yes, I am here. Michael Lucrezzi's here.
Okay. Department of Water and Sewer?
I'm here.
Police?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know whose voice that was. Who's that from police? Is that the chief?
Who's that? The chief?
That's Chief Brian.
Okay. All right. Fire?
Chief Latham.
Okay. And recreation?
Yes, Joyce is here.
Okay. I got in myself, and I think I got everybody. Okay.
Emergency management, too.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Emergency management. Andy.
Oh, Andy's here? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Adequate notice of this meeting, as required by the Open Public Meeting Act of 1975, has been provided by annual notice sent to the Home News Tribune, the Star Ledger, and the Sentinel, and News India Times on December 13, 2019, and a special notice sent to the Home News on March 31st, and posted in the Lobby Municipal Complex on that same date.
Okay, at this particular time right now, from the law department, I will be pulling resolution 249 05-2020. I will be pulling resolution 249 for right now. So it'll be off the agenda. Thank you. Okay. Administrative agenda.
Yeah, review of the minutes. Any questions?
Okay. Oh, a combined meeting. I'm sorry. The review of the minutes.
Any questions?
Any questions about it? Can I get a motion to accept?
Oh, there is no motion.
There's no motion? Okay, all right.
Or work session.
All right. That's right. We're in work session. All right. Administrative agenda, appointing a member to the Housing Authority, and B, appointing members to the Historic Preservation Commission. All right. Moving right along. Do we have any reports from council members' committees?
Starting. You want to start with?
Starting with Councilman Brescher. Do you have any committee reports?
None at this time.
Councilman Coyle.
Thank you, Council President. I've had a few phone calls with the Beautification Committee with Councilman Gomez and Councilman Patil. We've had some discussions on repurposing flowers, tulips that were donated to Amboy Avenue to about 7 different parks and 4 different memorials. These tulips will come up the following year. I just want to thank the administration for their support. We're also looking at other parks to improve with beautification as well. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilmember Deal. Councilmember
Deal? He's got nothing?
Councilmember Deal. Councilmember Joshi.
Yes, Council President. The Library Board Committee had met, and I'm not sure if I made this clear last time, so I just want to repeat it. They met, and the director did mention that he is going through previous records of the library operating budget, and they didn't have that before. The interim director was appointed. His name is Keith McCoy. He has 30 years of actual director's experience from within the library system, and he's had budgets in this amount. So he's been putting together our finances. As before, we didn't even have a clear set of.
I know.
So he is putting all of that together, and he's been sending it out periodically. The committee is going to meet again. In addition to that, we're all still working on the grant. The grant application that we had previously voted on, it was actually the last meeting before we had COVID impact us. We voted on that, but afterwards the state library grant application committee announced that they are going to push back their deadline from April to June. So we had more time to work on that application and refine certain things to make our application stronger. It's still in motion, and we are still working on it. The reason being because that grant is still going to be allocated. It's still going to be zero cost to the taxpayers. And I just wanted you to know that despite it not being submitted right now, it will be, and it will be in June. That is all that I had to say for the committee reports.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Gomez?
None of this time, ma'am. Thank you.
Councilmember Patil?
None at this time, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, from points of light. This past Saturday, May 9th, the South Edison Community Association organized a food drive to benefit our Hands of Hope food pantry. It was a great success, and thank you to all the volunteers and all the participants. E-Cycle event was scheduled for May 23rd at Lake Papiani, has been postponed with the tentative reschedule October 24th. We're changing council meeting in June. There will be a combined meeting on Wednesday, June 10th and June 24th. We are not sure at this time if we will be in person or not. We must wait to hear from our governor. Also, another point of light, I would like to say an early happy birthday to my mother, who will be 89 years old tomorrow and has been here since 1931 in Edison. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
All right. Yeah. Yes. I'm blessed because you're healthy. Yes. All right. From the business administrator, 8A through E, are there any comments or questions? Okay. Moving right along. From the finance department, are they 9A through F? Are there any questions or comments?
Mr. President, I have a couple of questions on sleep and see the temporary budget appropriation.
What?
Yes. I know that. Excuse me.
Yeah, we're good. We're at C. I just wanted to catch up to where you were. It's 9C because I want to make sure that they get this written down properly. 9C.
Sure.
All right.
Yes, this is our temporary budget appropriations.
Yes.
The issue I have with it, I guess, is we've been waiting for a budget. And at our last meeting, which was 2.5 weeks ago, we were anticipating getting the budget within 2 or 3 weeks. And I know that this is only for what I can see to be about 5 weeks, if I do the math. But I don't know that, we should be continuing to approve, these budget appropriations without a budget. And the reason why I say this was one of my council colleagues said that we had to wait for the state numbers and and this and that. And I heard that. But then I did a strange thing, and I went and looked at other towns. And the one town is that town that we shall never talk about, which is Woodbridge. And it looks like they passed their 2020 budget in 2019. So that got me thinking. So I went and I called the state. And the state said that we can most definitely have a budget. And if they need to make amendments later, that's typically what the course is. So I guess Edison is special in that we submit our budgets later than a majority of the towns in the state, and I just don't feel comfortable in doing this, because last year what happened was I got hit, and every resident in Edison got hit, with the tax increase, but we got hit at the end of the year instead of getting it equally in all of the quarters. And during that time of the year is the holiday time of the year. So while everybody's planning for the holidays, you get hit with this one large tax increase. So I'd really like to have this, our permanent budget, and I'd like to have it by Friday like we were told that we could. So I'm going to be voting no on this temporary budget appropriation until we can get a budget.
That's great, because I went to a budget training, and the budget training states something other than what the state. I went to the budget training, and they told me how the budgets flow differently depending on the town. Now, Woodbridge, as you know, they have a lot of pilot programs. They don't sit around and go through a lot of distractions with council members and all that. They actually go after ways to make money. And that's why they're so ahead of the game, because they're working collectively together. That's probably why that's so. Thank you.
Council President, I'd like to just disagree with you on there. And I'd be glad to get on a conference call with you tomorrow with the state, if you wouldn't mind, so that we could actually straighten out this misunderstanding. Because what you're saying about the budget is wrong. So I'd like you and me to both get on a conference call.
What am I saying that's wrong?
Is that the budget could have been done, has nothing to do with pilots. Pilots have nothing to do with putting together a budget. Everybody knows that. So I'd like to have a conference call with somebody from the finance.
You know one thing? They receive their money on different projects and stuff ahead of time. And when you know that the definite you're going to receive this amount of money, it's kind of easier to gauge your budget. Okay,
let's do this. Let's ask the administration how much money they get from the state that helps them with their budget. Maureen, would you know what that number would be typically?
It's about $17 million. Can I just clear some things up? Number one, we'll be introducing a budget at the next meeting. That you can take to the bank. Second of all, the one illustration that you used, which is Woodbridge, is a fiscal year town, not a calendar year town. That's the big difference with us. But like I said, the current fund budget and our sanitation budget will be before the council at the next meeting for introduction.
Okay, would you be giving that to the council members prior to that? And when I say prior, I don't mean on Friday. You know what I'm saying? I mean that we have time to look at it and digest it anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to get it out to you, as early as I can.
Do you have a date for that or no? Because we talked about it at the beginning of the year. We said March, right? March 30th, and then COVID happened on March 15th. So I understand that you lost 2 weeks there, and then we waited another month or so, which I was understanding, and I was okay with it. And then you told me 2 to 3 weeks. You said 2 weeks, and then I said 2 to 3. And you said yes, and 3 weeks would be Friday, and now I still don't have it. So if you understand my frustration, it's because I'm told I'm getting it and I don't get it, and well, yeah, it's frustrating, to be honest with you.
Okay, moving right along. We're good with that. All right. Now, okay, we should be moving to the Department of Health. 10A.
Council President?
Wait, you're on 10A from the Department of Health?
I'm on Department of Finance, Council President. C?
You're talk about C again? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, I want to make sure she knows. They're going about C again. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to say I'll be voting yes to this temporary budget, but I do understand the frustration of my council colleague, Richard Brescher, and this will be the last time I vote yes on a temporary budget appropriation until the budget is presented. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. All right, well, can we now...
Council President,
yes.
if I might just add, and I think the most frustrating part for anybody else is COVID. The fact that we cannot get an economy established is far more frustrating. The fact that we're dealing with lives being risked every day, that's more frustrating than anything else. And again, the reasons that we're given specifically as to guidance that we were waiting for the state, it's how we're going to account for those revenues in that budget. There's certain guidelines that need to be followed in accordance with the state for us to be able to put that budget together. So it's not intentionally that's being delayed. The guidance that we normally use cannot be used for this particular budget. The economy is at a halt, so we will not be able to anticipate those revenues at that level. So I get it. It's frustrating. We all want it. We all want to be able to move forward. But again, it's far more technical things that we will need from the state in order for us to put a comprehensive budget together. So I just wanted to make that note and reinforce what we said a few weeks ago as to why the budget was being delayed. It's not intentional. We need that guidance. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Council President, a quick question to Maureen, just want to confirm. Maureen, this, again, it's a C, temporary budget appropriation. This is typically the way we do it 1/12 for the month? Is the same one?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you.
Is that okay? Are we now moving on? Okay. Are we done? We're done now with finance? All right, moving right along. From the Department of Health, 10A. Any comments or questions?
Council President?
Yes.
I have a question with, what would that one be? That's 248.
Department of Health, 10A. We're on the Department of Health, 10A.
Oh, okay. Then, okay, 230. Quick question. I see that we're using Edmonds, but I noticed that we're switching everything over in the town to like this unicorn system. And I was wondering if they explored the possibility of having Unicorn do that as opposed to Edmonds.
Councilman, Edmonds is for our financial package. Unicorn is strictly the payroll. The payroll system.
Okay. Okay, so you're still going to maintain the Edmonds once you're done anyway?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right. Okay, from the Department of Law, 11A and 11B.
Yes.
Any comments or questions?
Council President?
Yes.
This is Sam Joshi. First, regarding 11A, I would like to pull that because I just wanted to look at it a little bit further in detail, and I wanted to digest it along with a couple of the reasons. And related to 11B, I'm glad that this is on because I hear almost on a daily basis from the residents regarding Amazon. And I've been there twice since this whole COVID situation started. And I've heard from the street, the beeping sound is painful to listen to. It is not an exaggeration. I spent in aggregate a couple hours there, and it's definitely needed. So I'm glad this is on for the agenda. Okay,
thank you. So we'll want that pulled. Okay, we'll do that in the regular meeting. Okay, I'll make note of that. All right. From number 12, from the Department of Planning and Engineering.
Yeah, Council President, can I ask a question back there about the noise? I see that we're, hiring an outside firm to come in and do the noise complaint. And I definitely want to take care of this for the residents there because I do understand what they're going through. But in Woodbridge again, their health department does the noise complaints and they issue violations. Is this like a new thing for Edison here where we're just going to hire outside vendors to do anything with noise now?
I don't know. I think our health department is already overwhelmed. I'm not the administration, but I don't see them adding anything else to their plate.
So Council President, in your, okay, Jay, I guess,
I can answer your question.
Okay.
The health department would be doing the enforcement. We do routinely do enforcement of noise complaints, much like we did with Top Golf and as well. So the actual legal part would be the health department. This is a noise study that would be done overnight, where they're actually placing, effectively doing something in the overnight hours. As Councilman Joshi mentioned, this is very often an after-hours thing. So it's a third-party study. The results of that study would be presented to us. If there's any legal action to be taken, it would be taken by the health department.
Okay, so you know what my concern is? I guess, right, like you're saying this is something that we're going to do at night. Therefore, I guess you'd have to pay people overtime or something like that could actually go there and do it. And my council president, she acknowledged that you guys have a lot of stuff on your plate. And I guess where I'm going with it is your department shrinking, that we're looking to outsource more? And outsourcing is a concern of mine because, as you know, we outsourced our ambulance, we outsourced our engineering department, we outsourced our CFO. And I'm just looking if we're continuing in that trend, and that's why it became a concern of mine.
I can answer that. We have not shrunk. Actually, we have a veteran staff that's been there for a while. But the concern here is, actually, we're working 7 days a week, and we have since COVID started. We're out there literally every Saturday, every Sunday. Good Friday we were working. I am giving them off Memorial Day, but for the standpoint of following up on the other part, so we're working 7 days a week, and it would add to this to be an overnight thing. But this type of thing is very commonly done as a third-party study. It was done for Top Golf. We were still the agency that took them into court, for the action, for effectively any actionable item that would have to be for enforcement.
Okay.
So we're not, as far as I know, we're not going away, Councilman.
All right. No, thank you very much, Jay.
Thank you.
Is that answer satisfactory to you, Councilman Brescher?
Yes, thank you very much, Council President.
Okay. 12, A and B from the Department of Planning and Engineering. I think that's where I'm at now. Okay. Okay, all right. From the Department of Public Works, number 13 from the Department of Public Works, 13A. Questions?
Council President, Councilman Coyle.
Okay.
Council President, I just want to confirm, and I prefer to pull this, I'd like to see that the street opening permits have made their street cut completed, because what happens here is we have roads that we've cut open to that are in the 5-year moratorium. If you cut the road, you must resurface that area. And I have no proof of the resurfacing of this. So to release the escrow, there's no transparency to me as a councilman whether or not those street opening permits have been satisfied and that the roads have been properly pieced back together.
Those road opening permits are inspected by the engineering department to make sure they're in compliance with our road opening permit ordinance, and they give us the okay before we release.
Is there a list of addresses that come with these escrow openings?
I I believe the addresses are right on the resolutions, if I'm not mistaken.
To the council president, could we have a comment from engineering, whether they've been satisfied, and could they go through the addresses? Because I did not have the time to go to each one, but this has been a problem for years. Contractors come in, they open up a road that's been resurfaced, they do a patch, and then they're also committed to seal the patch with a sealing heat device where it will be seamless. This is where the township runs into a problem, and I want to make sure we don't overlap on oversight. So, and
all right, I'll give that to engineering. Okay, I'll shoot that over to engineering. Thank you.
Just for the record, we in the engineering department, we do sign off on each one of these. There has to be an inspection and verification prior to our office signing off on the release of the funds you're talking about, which is the bond for the reconstruction and renovation of the disturbed asphalt.
So each one, you have seen each one of these, and you're satisfied with their being approved?
Each one that I sign off on, yes.
Council President, I'm just not comfortable, and I'm going to ask to pull this resolution just for a further observation. And I hope our council understands my situation and considers the same. Thank you, Council President.
All right, I want to tell all you have to pull it during the regular meeting.
Okay. I've commented to pull. I'll pull during the regular meeting.
Okay, thank you. All right, from the Department of Water and Sewer, 14A, the Department of Water and Sewer. Any questions or comments? Okay, moving right along.
Council President, a question to Maureen. Maureen, do we have the details on the this budget in terms of what went up? Is any? Because I haven't seen any documentation on that.
Like I said, you will have the budget next week. Our MCUA fees went up. You know, the regular costs went up. We put more money into our capital outlay line. We're moving to put the department back to full staffing now that we have Bob Smith on our team. And we're moving along with doing the upgrades to the sewer system like we stated we were going to do.
So next week we'll get some details on that, correct?
Absolutely. Yep. We'll have the budget.
Thank you.
Council President, I have a question on the same one. Maureen, so just so I understand this, so there's, from what Councilman Patil was saying, was we don't have any backup to substantiate the increase, yet the administration expects us just to blindly vote on it, and we haven't gotten the budget or the backup or anything on this. Is that true?
No, this is an ordinance for introduction. There'll be a public hearing. You'll have the budget before that.
This would be the first reading, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, 15A through E from the Chief of Police. Any questions or any comments? Oh, all right, very good. All right, we have a 16A from the Township Clerk, a resolution authorizing the transfer of retail distribution liquor license, resolution, and a resolution also appointing members to the Housing Authority, 16A and B.
Yes.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah, Council President.
Yes.
So related to, I believe it's 252, this is something that I have mentioned since I was on the council. I don't have any issue with people that are on boards or committees that are within the town itself. I find that to be understandable. Just wanted to let you know that I will not be voting for 252 because the individual resides in Atlantic Highlands. I simply just don't understand why anyone from Atlantic Highlands that's driving up 1 hour away into Edison should be a part of the Edison Housing Authority. So I personally will not be voting for this.
Okay. All right.
Council President?
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to say that I support my council colleague in every one of those comments that he just made there. I believe that, participation by people in Edison is important. So if we have rooms on boards or committees, I think they should get the first shot at that.
Yes.
Council President, Councilman Joe Coyle.
Yes.
What I see on the agenda in the beginning is that we're appointing a member to the Housing Authority. And then in the resolution it says members, plural. Could the clerk read off the names?
I'll explain that to you. The mayor gets to select one person as the mayor's appointment. That's where it comes from. And this is what I would like to tell all council members and different people that were there before me. I for the last 2 months have been going through all the vacant committees that date all the way back to 2018. I hate to say but I've been looking and checking on people to put on these committees, to put them in the community, and I've been going out asking people back and forth. I applaud that everybody is becoming aware of this, but I went and I checked on it, and it disturbed me that we had all these empty places that nobody was filling, and I knew people in Edison wanted to be a part of Edison. So the last 2 months or so, I've met with the mayor and different people at different times, and this is some of the people, you know what I mean? I don't have a problem with people who don't want somebody for a particular position that's already sat there over so many years now, but, it's good. But we have to be, as a team, more proactive, and don't let me have to be the one to go after and look after all the stuff that, this is 2020, and I'm doing stuff from 2018. Thank you.
Councilor President, in the resolution, the regular meeting, the names are on there.
All right.
Councilor Coyle, when you look at on the work session, it says members, and then if you look on the agenda, 251 tells you the members' names.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I do appreciate that. The part that I'm disappointed in that is in my packet received on Friday, which is never on time in my timing to review and approve within 4 days of receiving several documents. But what I don't like is that I did get an appointment from the mayor's office for the Housing Authority of Mr. Sanchez, Carlos Sanchez, who's been previously on the Housing Authority. And I do support the mayor's appointment, which is his appointment regardless. But what I'm challenged with is I received an email of other applicants between, this week. And my problem is we took a understanding prior to this that we would receive resumes in advance to the meeting. And I think to receive a resume the day before the meeting is just not enough adequate notice. Therefore, I'm asking this council to hold off on all the additional applicants till the following meeting. And I also separately will be voting no for the gentleman Mr. Joshi brought up. But
no problem.
in addition to what we discussed, Council President, I'm just asking, and I do believe you've worked hard on the Housing Authority. I think the Housing Authority needs an entire overhaul. There's a lot of issues there. We have shared together in discussion, and I'm certain you've done more since then. But I really we'd like to see each applicant that's going to get involved in the Housing Authority prior to the meeting, at least 1 week in advance. Thank you, Council President.
Yes, and as I stated earlier, they sent out all the stuff. I crossed all the T's. I dotted all the I's. I made sure everyone had applications because I knew that was a thing. I knew nobody had moved forward on this since 2018, and I think we are halfway through 2020 to keep doing this over and over because you didn't think it was important in 2018. Now we're in 2020. We're not going to just keep pushing. We need to move forward in this town because it took us like almost 4 months to pass a ordinance. We can't keep just staying in one position. We need to move forward because COVID will not be forever. All right? So we can't be this clogged. We can't.
Council President,
I just want to make one remark here. You mentioned 2018 several times. Just for your information, if you go back to the books, Housing Authority applications were always received and this board was always full. In fact, the same people are getting appointed again and again, and there was never ever a vacancy on this board. Because we do get a lot of, the calls. I don't know what's with this board. There's a lot of interest, even from the residents who are not living in Edison, so there has to be something. So this board is not vacant in 2018 or 2019 or 2017. This was always full.
Excuse me, but when somebody is supposed to be redone or whatever from 2018, they've already lost years already. That's how, you know what I mean? I went to class, I learned all these different things, so I'm applying the knowledge that I learned. All right? This what we want to do is to stay bogged down in things, and I don't have a problem with somebody saying that, all right, the person doesn't live in Edison. I don't have a problem because that person, Council Vice President Sam Joshi, has a legitimate argument. He has a legitimate one, and I will, and that's important. I said, but for people who don't do anything and don't want the council to move forward, it's really the disturbance in this town. This town has told me they want to move forward. They don't want to stay in the same thing forever. And I'm not just talking about the Housing Authority. I went in the History Preservation Committee. I'm already, the open space people are sending things in. As they come in, we're moving forward. It's not just about these two things. I figured I didn't want to give you everything at once, so I gave you a small number of people at this particular meeting. I'm trying my best to clean up that whole thing and move it forward. I'm trying. I'm trying to move this town forward. Please help me do that as a unit.
Council President, Councilman Joe Coyle. Again, I understand your frustration. However, the issue I have in front here is the transparency of receiving an email at 4:37 p.m. of your new appointments. The problem I have is that this Housing Authority is not just the same as other committees. This has a full budget. It has a lot of major decisions of cash flow and revenues that matter to the residents of Edison. These are 5-year appointments, from what I understand, correct?
It won't be 5 years because you waited to reappoint them in 2018, so they're probably if they're lucky, they may have 3 years left.
I understand I do understand your frustration, but waiting another week.
I'm saying I'm frustrated. I'm not frustrated. I'm not. Don't try to use that word. I'm not frustrated. The problem is not with me. The problem is with the people who don't want to move forward, who like to just stay in the same way over and over. The people who don't want to move forward, they will make an issue out of a non-issue, all right? And it is not just about the Housing Authority. It's about all these different what people have signed up for. I just happen to move the ball. We got teachers and everybody signed up for the Historic Preservation Committee. We have other people signed up for open space and all these things, and they've missed years because they're not going to actually get their 5 years, and a lot of them are not going to get 3 years. Some of them might, if they come out good, they might get 1 year, because these people, these things are supposed to be taken care of a long time ago. As you know, one of our members from the Clara Barton section, Maria Orchard, has come to numerous council meetings, and she's asked over and over again, when are you going to fill these committees? This has been going back for a long time. I know for a fact, ever since January, this has been going back that far. And you know one thing? I'm going to leave it at that, because you have the option to vote yes or no during the regular meeting, and that's it. It's a discussion closed. So I'm not keep speaking on it. When you're absolutely, your vote is you. So from the council member, from the planning board, council member Joe Coyle, you have anything from the planning board?
Hey, excuse me, Council President?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, as far as, you know, the comment about holding things up, the ordinance was a perfect example. I wrote up an ordinance for our military. We had a meeting. We looked at it. There were some legal issues. That ordinance was taken to our labor attorney, who then corrected a couple of those things, but then changed the entire spirit of what was trying to be done and gave it back to us. And, you know, we then approved it without those changes. So that had to go back then and be reintroduced again. So it's not like your council colleagues are holding it up. You know, that came right from the labor attorney, and I could show you my original one that I drew up, and then the one that he made up, and you're going to see it was clearly missed. So that's why that took so long. And
Councilman Brescher, I do not have a problem with that, Councilman Brescher. I have the problem with everything should not take us a whole year. This doesn't make any sense. We have 7 intelligent people sitting up here on the dais. We have all of them here and all these great minds, and I don't see why we can't fill committees. An ordinance may take I thought it took too much time, but that's only my opinion. It should have only took maybe 6 weeks or so. It should have took that amount of time. But you know one thing? We got it the correct way. All 7 of us approved it 100%. But other things that are not of that magnitude, we should not spend hours and hours discussing. When we go to the regular meeting, if you decide not to vote for that person, you just vote no. That's that simple. We don't have to talk about it and, you know what I mean, and keep on and on and on. It is your option to vote no when that person's name comes up. That's all I'm saying. All right?
Well, now Council President.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Council President, this is where I guess we disagree on Phil. It's basically a philosophy, and that's where I think Joe is going. That you went and you filled these boards. You interviewed people, you spoke to people, and then you drop it on our desk at 4:30 on a Friday. And what we're saying is we need time to digest it, just like the administration did. We
didn't have a meeting on a Monday. You got extra time. Remember, you got extra time. Normally, you get it on Friday, and the meeting is on Monday. You receive extra time now.
Right.
Okay?
So now, you see, like the water thing like we just did. The water thing was another thing. We got it. We got an increase. We don't have an explanation why. Last meeting, we had the information that was sent to us for the Costco, right? And we got all our exhibits. But you had no information on your exhibits. So either we're just blindly rubber stamping it, or we really do need to have the information. We need to digest it. And I think that's where Councilman Coyle was going with it. If you have people for the...
That's not true for all things, and he's not going in that direction. In the direction is if it mattered so wholeheartedly, people would have gone out way before I even became a council member. They would have researched and they would have went and taken care of this stuff, which would have supposed to have been taken care at the time that the seats were empty. These seats were empty, and every day I go around and I walk through all the neighborhoods. I walk for the people of Edison, and I say, hey, let's get some of these committees filled the whole time. In the good spirit of all the good people who live here in Edison, point blank. I didn't sit up here and say, I'm going to wait till some people, they find some people for some of these different committees, then I'm going to make sure that they don't become a part of the committee. I had every opportunity before you even came to the board, before you came to the council, to put people forth for those seats. But it didn't seem to be that important then. That's what I'm trying to say, and you're trying to say that part for Joe. That's my philosophy that I'm saying to his philosophy, all right?
All right, well, Council President, while you're looking at the committees, we have that cable committee, and yeah. I'm kind of waiting for somebody to call a meeting on that. Maybe if you could just check on that for us.
I will check on that for you because I had I will check on that because I've had a parent, not a parent, a child 60s, his wife, his mother is in her 90s, and I want them to meet up because I think there should be some way that people over 75 should not be paying that massive amount of money for this technology and stuff, So I'm going to make sure somebody gets a phone meeting with you very, very shortly, Councilman Brasher. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now, Councilman, do you have anything about the planning board, Councilman Coyle?
I wanted to wrap my comment up about your
you don't have anything about the planning board?
I'm still on the Housing Authority, Council President.
We're not voting on that now.
I know, but I just still have one more comment. Okay, and again, as I listened to Mr. Brescher, my issue is, as Councilman Sam Joshi said, we would get proper notice of all committees and resumes. All I'm asking you is to hold over for 1 week. If you waited a year, we can wait 1 more week. And this is the problem I have, is you're pushing people through an opportunity which is a 5-year appointment, and I think it's a mistake on your part to not let other council people review this for 1 more week. That's all I'm asking, Council President, is 1 more week. I received this information.
Thank you, because it's been 2 years. So thank you. Thank you. Do you have anything on the planning board?
Either we're going to do it one way or have selective hearing for others. And what I'm hearing from you is you have selective hearing for one choice and not for others. I want everything to be equal is all I'm asking, Council President.
I'm lying. I don't have to for him. Don't make up stuff about me. Don't do that.
Council President, I'm asking for 1 week. You shouldn't do 1 more week is all I'm asking. It's wrong of you to appoint these people for a 5-year position, not giving us adequate notice of their resume. That's all I have.
And as I stated before, they will not have a 5-year position because you did not appoint them in 2018. Their position will only last 3 years.
Again,
because we have to go by law.
I would agree with you for 1 more week, but unless I hear from our council attorney and we go through the specifics, you're just giving your opinion. We have no facts to back up your discussion right now, because it's hearsay. I'm just asking for 1 more week.
It's not hearsay. You want to look at excuse me, sir. It's not hearsay. Pull up the committee list and look at the dates and everything on it. That's what I don't like. I don't like people to tell stories. Pull up your committee list because the clerk has sent it out to you. The clerk sends it out. At least I have it sent it out once or twice a month. I have the clerk sending out all the committee. So don't at all lie on our clerk that she has not sent you out the committee list. Yes, she has. Also on the website. And it's also on the website. It's also on the website. It's also on the website. So I really don't I don't care. I just don't like the game playing. I like people to be honest with people. It's on the website. Anybody who wants to join any committee is on the website. And also the clerk sends out that to everyone. And you can look on it and check every single date, and you'll see what dates and whatever. Don't try to play this game like this at the last minute. Please don't do that.
Council President, to the business administrator, Could you tell me how large the budget is for the Housing Authority, please?
We're not doing that right now.
Council President, this is a workshop, and my questions are...
It's a work session, it's fine.
To the business
Councilman, I don't have that information for you. I don't have that. That's a totally separate entity from me.
You have a rough idea of what the budget is? Is it $500,000? Is it one?
I really don't know. I really have no, it's a totally separate entity from the township. I can get that for you though and give it to the council.
Council President, again, I just affirm what I'm saying is that 1 week is all I'm asking. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm glad. Okay, the unfinished business.
Oh, wait, member of the planning board.
I keep asking Councilman Coy about the planning board. He has yet to answer me yet. Councilman Coy, do you have information about the planning board?
Thank you, Council President. At this time, we have had no meetings since COVID-19, and I will give a report at the next council meeting. Thank you, Council President.
Okay, unfinished business, ordinance.
Any comments or questions?
Any comments or questions on the ordinance? Okay, moving on. Any discussion items? I don't have any discussion items right now. Councilman Brescher.
Yes, I have a little list here.
Okay.
I have, I guess, right, when we were talking about Optimum, I was looking at the, I guess, contract for Optimum, and somewhere around the year 2000, we had an agreement with Optimum, and I think Optimum pays us 2 or 3% of their gross revenues, and then they were giving us like $180,000 in grants, if I'm not mistaken. And then we renewed their contract with exactly the same rates. And at the time in 2000, they were giving us like a free internet to each of the schools and to the municipal building. And in 2000, that service was probably enough to handle us maybe. But, you know, now I know at the schools, I think the schools spend about $34,000 a month on internet. So I really do want to get that thing moving where we could maybe bring them in and try renegotiating or something along those lines.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100% on that one, Councilman Brescher.
Okay, thank you. Then there is a pump station that we have that we had a pump station in Metuchen. Metuchen had a pump station. And then what we did was we split the cost for the pump station. And I mean, that, you know, just on the forefront of looking at it, you know, seemed like it was a fair and equitable type of thing. But in looking at how many homes are being discharged into the pump station, it looks like Metuchen is 75% of the pump the sewer going in, and we're 25%. And I understand that the processing of any of the waste, you know, will be, it'll be metered, and we're all going to be able to, you know, pay our fair share. But in the meantime, it seems to me that maybe Edison has paid more than our fair share, and that we're subsidizing Metuchen. And I love Metuchen. They have great places to eat there, but I'm elected here in Edison, so I'd like to see if there's a way for us to recoup the additional 25% from Metuchen, being that we have this data now. I guess that would be to the administration or to law.
Councilman, I guess Maureen probably addressed it. I sent you, I think we tried to provide you the information as to how that was arrived at, but yeah. I'll leave it to Maureen.
But, you know, we would have both had to build a pump station either way. What we decided was it was more advantageous that we just build one, we split it, and then at a later date, because our experts say it's 75-25. We know McCutcheon is going to come back with a different amount, and we agreed that we would both do studies and we would come up with an agreement at a later date to come up with agreement based on flow going forward. So it was just to recoup the savings instead of both of us paying X amount of dollars to build 2 pump stations, we would build 1, and then we would go forward with an agreement apportionment to both towns' flow.
So the cost of the pump station we're going to do on whatever that actual split is. It's not going to be
Correct.
a 50-50.
It is 50-50. No, it wouldn't make any difference about the flow, because even if the flow was 2%, I still would have had to build an entire pump station. So instead of 2 towns building a pump station that could cost, $3-4 million, we just build 1 and we pay 1.5, 2 million, whatever the costs are going to be. But then going forward, whatever the flow cost is, we will split up percentage-wise.
Right. I mean, I kind of understand it. That's like me and my buddy getting a car, and we're splitting the car, but he drives to California every week, and I drive to Quick Check, and we both pay 50% of the car. And I'm just saying that in my mind, it's not a fair or equitable split, even though we both needed an automobile.
But I guess the point, but I think that at least to my mind, and I mean, I'm certainly sure there is significant room for disagreement on the point, but using your example, if he's driving it back and forth to California, then he's going to pay for the tires and the insurance and the gas and the repairs, and you're only driving a Quick Check. The operation costs are going to be split according to flow. It's just the initial purchase price is what is being split 50-50, and that was the idea behind it, that we would have to pay. We're going to have to build a pump station. They're going to have to build a pump station. So take the whole of the parts, and you get a cheaper cost for the initial asset, and then to run the asset is split according to flow, which I agree with you makes a lot of sense. So I think that's where, as I understand it, that's where the deal was cut on that point.
Yes, I guess, right. It looks like the deal was cut, and it wasn't in our favor. What you're making out that it's fair. I'm saying it's well far from fair, because I'll tell you what, I'd like to go in partners with you then, Mr. Northgrave, on many deals. But I'd like to move on to a different thing here. We pulled the resolution here. The resolution, and I guess you pulled it because you want to do something with it. I'm not sure. It had to do with suing China or something.
I don't know. I pulled the resolution. I pulled it. Yes. So there would be no discussion. And I might bring it back in another time, but we pulled it so there would be no discussion.
No. Let me tell you where my discussion begins. My discussion begins with, I had a ordinance I was looking to do for the schools. And in that ordinance, at first we heard maybe it wasn't legal. And Mr. Northgrave actually went through and he found that there is a place and it can be done. And, that was kind of like a good thing. And he said he needed a little bit of time to work on it. And this was all well before this COVID. And then this other resolution popped up, which is a firm that an ex-councilman works at. So my question to Mr. Northgrave is, does he work for the current council people equally, or does he work for the ex-council people? Because mine has not been done yet, and the resolution for the Lombardi firm was.
Yeah, Councilman, I don't know if you want an answer, but I can give you one.
No, I actually do.
Okay. Where we left, I thought where we left your request on the Board of Ed was I had given you the state statute that, at least in my mind, achieves exactly the goal you wanted to achieve, which is to, if you swear that your child lives in Edison, and that's a false swearing, that you could be hauled into municipal court or if you're indicted into state court in New Brunswick, and a fine and perhaps even some prison time could be imposed. My understanding of your ordinance was you wanted, instead of having the Board of Ed having to sue to recover money for tuition, I think the analogy you used is if you don't wear a seatbelt, then, if you get enough tickets, eventually you start wearing a seatbelt. So if we can haul people quickly into municipal court or into Superior Court, they would get the message pretty quickly that they shouldn't be lying when they come to Edison as to whether they live there. So that state statute, which we discussed, I think covers it. If you want to do the ordinance anyway, what I think I told you when we discussed it is that I think it would be, any ordinance you did would be preempted by state law anyway. But if that's what you want to do, then we could certainly put an ordinance on, but the ordinance is only going to reflect what state law says anyway. As to the resolution for hiring a professional service, that takes a half hour to an hour. All you do is take the particulars. The body of the resolution is prepared. You just need to punch the particulars in. So an ordinance that required research that I thought was resolved, and my apologies if it wasn't. The mayor advised me that you had raised that question. I thought we were resolved, and if you want that ordinance, I'll be happy to prepare it for you. I'll have it for you for the next meeting. But I'm not working for the prior council. If I could just finish, Councilman, I know, I promise you. I'll put it on mute, and then you can say whatever you need to say. But I am working for the Township of Edison. I've always worked for the Township of Edison. We've had this discussion in the past about, who do I work for the Township of Edison? I work for the Township of Edison. I do what I'm asked to do. I take direction often from the mayor because that is the form of government you have. But to say that I'm working for Councilman Lombardi because we put together an ordinance, a resolution to hire a professional service, we probably have one of those on every meeting. We have, I think there's at least two I can think of on this meeting. So that's the distinction between those two things. And with that, I'll be quiet, sir. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, I'd just like to go on the record that
excuse me, Councilman Brasher, I want to ask you, doesn't the school have the largest budget in the city? Don't the school system have? Don't the school board have the largest budget? Like we're like second to them.
Yeah.
Like they're like 60% of our taxes, right?
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to make sure because I'm just like equating the work and equating the services, and I thought that they would have more a better financial situation than us to go after kids and stuff. And since we have a state law, that's the only thing why I was questioning. I was just questioning that they have the biggest budget going. All right, thank you.
Council President, yes. Let me just clarify. And I don't know that you know this, but the school cannot create laws. Council President, please let me speak. It's my turn.
I'm sorry. I'm very. Go ahead.
The Board of Education does not have the ability to create laws. The council does. In my conversations with Mr. Northgrave, he pointed out that there is a state law, but there is no fine assigned to it. I asked him that I wanted to put one together and put a fine to it. Now, in fairness, I guess he might have forgotten about that. And now I guess he'll look at it and he'll do that. And that's fine. But that's where I was coming from initially was I asked for this. I heard, he needed time. And I said, okay. And then I just seen this other resolution that came up, and it was kind of disturbing to me, quite honestly. So that's where I was going with it. But yes, Counselor, what I'm looking for is for that fine to be assessed to it so that it's here in Edison. And then,
sir, there is. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead,
Councilman. Well, there is a fine. And again, my apologies. I thought we discussed this. It is, and I'll pull it back up in a moment. But it is like $1,000 fine and up to 18 months in jail if they go with a fourth degree. And that is in the discretion of the court, but you need to show up in court to deal with that. You need to hire a lawyer, you need to pay the fine, that whole thing. So there is a fine associated with that. It's a false swearing. And again, right. I thought we had addressed that, and I thought I had answered that for you. But again, if you want an ordinance anyway, I'll be happy to do the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And then I'd like to propose a resolution denouncing the COVID-19 related to hate speech and bias crimes, and I sent a copy to my council colleagues. I'd like to propose that this gets added to our agenda.
It was supposed to be there earlier, right?
He wants to add the one that he circulated. He's talking about what? Resolution that he sent to everybody.
Okay, so you would have to make a motion to add it to the agenda? Bill, he would have to make a motion to add it to the agenda?
That's my understanding is what he's doing now. Okay. Let me just hold on one second. What I think, Councilman, in terms of timing, is certainly you can discuss it during council comments. That's probably what this is for. And then you will need, as we're discussing the resolutions, that would be the time for you to make a motion to add something. Second, a vote to add it, and then if it's added, then it would be added, and then there would be a vote as to the entire agenda, unless it was voted on separately.
Okay, so
I thought it had to be voted in the beginning of our meeting, in the beginning of our work session. It had to be added. It can't be just all of a sudden you have discussion items and then you throw something up. Is that?
So he can make a motion to.
Council President, I don't know that Councilman Brescher had the opportunity to do that. This would be the first. If technically, and I know we don't really necessarily, want rigid as to the rules, but technically he would have been out of order raising it earlier. This is the time for him to raise those issues that concern the individual council people.
Okay, so he would have to raise it during our regular. We want to raise it now.
Motion. Yeah, make a motion before you consider the resolutions. Before you ask for to move a consent agenda. Normally we ask if anything wants to be pulled. You would ask if any if that Councilman Brescher looks to add this resolution, and he would make that would be the time I think would. I don't know that it particularly matters, but that would make the most sense as to when it would matter, that should be added.
So when we get to the regular meeting.
We get to the regular meeting. If he wants to add a thing, we would have to make a motion and move on it then when we got to a regular meeting status. Okay, fine. Thank you. Anything else, Councilman Brescher?
That's it, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Joe Coyle?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Just for clarification, listening to Councilman Brescher and our counselor, Bill, are you stating that the appropriate time to introduce a resolution or an ordinance will be during the regular meeting, not the work session?
Well, we're in the work session now. Candidly, Councilman, I haven't drilled down on it. I was really just responding to what the questions were. I don't think it's inappropriate for Councilman Brescher to raise it now. If you wanted to raise it earlier, while we were still discussing the resolutions, perhaps we should create a space for that in the work session. But it would come up. Remember, we're having two different meetings on the same night. This would have come up on a Monday night, would have been discussed, and then it would have been, I believe what our practice has been is the vote would come on the night of the meeting, not on the work session, but candidly, I haven't thought about it till just now, so I don't know that I want to say definitively whether it should have been, an hour ago or if it's okay for it to be now. I think the idea is that you want to be able to discuss legislation that, may, for whatever reason, doesn't appear on the the agenda that's circulated.
I'm just I'm reasoning within your thoughts, and I understand what you're trying to say to us, but what I'm confused by is we're in the work session, it's a discussion time, and this is the appropriate time, I would assume, but I'm only looking for your direction. So as we all proceed to move forward in different ordinances, resolutions, when is the appropriate time? We're in the work session. If it's something that shouldn't go on the agenda, the council president can make that decision for it not to go on the agenda, or at least it's discussed. I'm just trying to open that door of when is the appropriate time to discuss, because we're at the end of the work session.
I think the appropriate time.
Other council members do you have in front of you? Did you receive it? They always telling me about last minute stuff. I mean, did you receive it?
Council President,
Yes.
This is Councilman Joshi. So I've received the resolution itself. However, I've also seen a number of residents who have forwarded me what San Antonio, Texas had provided, and San Antonio, Texas had a resolution that I thought was very well written, and I think I think that's the one that I would rather support. I won't be supporting the one that's currently on the floor or being suggested right now.
Thank you.
But I think there's an open question, Council President, if you'll indulge me. There's an open question that Councilman Coyle raised that I think should be addressed. Councilman, in my view, and I'll review our council rules to see if there's something different in the rules themselves, but I think the appropriate thing is for council comment is for, and I'll use this very example, Councilman Brescher feels that this is an issue that should be addressed by the council. He's going to raise it now and let everybody know that he's going to be making a motion. At the time when we're in the main meeting, he would then make a motion. He would ask for a second. If he gets a second, there would be a vote to add that item to the agenda. I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure out what the proper procedure should be if that's not proper. And I'm just, again, I haven't looked at the procedural question, and I'm loath to just kind of wing it here, but that's what I'm doing. But that seems like the right process. You should have an ability to be heard. Council will have the ability to debate the question. Once there's a motion and a second, there would be a discussion, and assuming that, and then there would be a vote as to whether to add it to the agenda, and then there would be a second vote as to whether it would be adopted. But I hope that addresses your question.
Okay. Excuse me?
It does, Counselor, and I appreciate that. The problem I'm having is that Rich is not discussing this resolution now when he should be, to clarify what the difference between what he has and what he should read that Sam Joshi may disagree or agree with. This resolution seems pretty straightforward and neutral. All
right, excuse me.
He's being steered towards doing something we should do at this time. And I don't think you did it in this way, but this is the time to discuss it.
Okay, Bill, should we take the vote at this time?
No, I don't think you should take a vote at this time. I'm a little confused. I thought Councilor Brescher did discuss it. He's laid out what his reasons are, why he's going to be moving and asking for a second once we get to the meeting. And at that point, that is when the balance of the council can discuss it further. I mean, if you want to discuss it now, I guess that's really the discretion of the council president. But I don't think anybody cut. And Councilman Brescher, you know, you may be a lot of things, but bashful is not one of them. If you felt you weren't heard on this issue, I think you would have spoken up. But that's just my view of it, Councilman Coyle.
Well, Councilor, let me just ask a quick question to make sure I have it clear. When we get to the, this is the work session. When we get to the next part of our meeting and we go to vote on the resolution, that's my time to propose this resolution and read the resolution and then look to see if somebody will second it. Is that correct?
Correct. And then once you have a second, then that would open it up for a discussion as to, you know, pros and cons by your council colleagues.
Okay. Thank you.
That's good clarification for me, Mr. Northgrave. That's what I was looking to hear about the discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Everybody talks so long, I almost forgot. Councilman, what you call him? Councilmember Deal?
No discussion items.
Okay. Let me see on my list. Councilmember Gomez?
No discussion items at this time, man. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Joshi?
Thanks, Council President. There's a couple things I'd like to discuss. The first being related to the fire department. As it pertains to the fire department, there were 4 items that I had requested, and I did receive them all. There were 1, the fire department apparatus that's currently in service; 2, the current staffing breakdown, which gives a minimum per shift example or shows how many people are currently working on each shift, as well as a fire dispatch protocol, and whether it changed or not during COVID, which I understand. And lastly, the case number 4 and the incident sheet from the apartment fire that we had. So I requested these items. I received all of them, and as I went through it, a lot of the terminology was something that I recollected because from 10 years ago when I used to work in dispatch, I remember how it was broken down. Now, my concern as it pertains to the fire department is this. With the apparatus, I understand that you know, we have a lot of new equipment, and that is not what I'm trying to discuss right now. It's more so related to the staffing levels, and I find it a little concerning that we, quite frankly, are inadequately staffed. When you look at the breakdown of where our or if you look at the comparisons between the operational orders that were sent out just during COVID alone, we've gotten to a point where we've gone from 22 people per shift to 18 people per shift. We're just not adequately staffed. And I understand what it's like to, you know, call for mutual aid from another town, and I understand that is proper protocol. But it doesn't change the fact that when there is an incident, such as the one that we had with the apartment complex, we were not adequately staffed. And that's something that I think that needs to be of the highest priority for the administration. And my request was to see if we can get a timeline for when we're planning on hiring within that department, or what the timeline is altogether for the staffing level, because as of now, it's just not adequate. That's the first thing. The second thing is related to redevelopment. Now, I know that Inman Avenue is up right now for consideration. I've been on this council for about 2.5 years now, and what I have repeatedly said was we need redevelopment studies to be done in certain areas. For example, one of the things that since I was running for office, it was with the river that we have. I'm saying about more than 90% of the population in Edison does not know that we have a 7-mile river in Edison Township. They don't understand that we have, that is our river. And I understand there's I've gone through plenty of DEP and EPA letters, and I've seen through it. I've fished through all of it. But it doesn't change the fact that what I want is I want to see a study done on it. I want to know definitively, yes, no, what is possible. I don't understand why Saraville or neighboring towns that also have the Raritan River, why can't we get a study done? And my point is very simple. It's that I just don't see myself voting for other redevelopment projects until I get these type of things also on the table. I won't, because the river is something that is, it should be utilized. The train system, the train station right now, that's something that I ran for office on. We have one of the largest train stations in New Jersey. We haven't touched that. Those are redevelopment sites that I would like to see. And I could care less whether it's, it's one site here or there in town, but until these items are actually addressed or looked at, I want to properly get an answer, what is possible and what's not, and I don't want to see anything held up for it. So that's really where I'm at in terms of redevelopment. Another thing, Optimum. Optimum has been extremely frustrating. I've mentioned this a number of times on the council as well. The Optimum, as we see, more people are staying at home, and we know that, the bandwidth is being used. And Councilman Brescher, I know you brought up one part of the issue with Optimum, but there's a greater issue. The issue is the companies themselves. The solution is well known. It's municipal broadband. And I understand the council members or whether it's administration or whether it's the public, whomever it is, may not understand it, but the solution is municipal broadband. We created a whole sewer department. My suggestion is bold, and I get it, but my solution is let's create a municipal broadband system, because the cost per speed is going to be much cheaper for the residents. And not only that, everything related to the budget, all of our problems can be resolved through a municipal broadband system. We're paying as a township over $20 million per year. $20 million Edison Township residents spend and give to Optimum, and we don't really get anything for it. We really don't. But if that was brought in-house, just like 25 other states have in the country, then we would be spending that money amongst ourselves. That would be the biggest revenue generator in our town. That's the reason why that's another study that I want to see done. I mean, we can't keep dragging our feet on this. It's a problem that's well known, and it's the solution financially for majority of the problems. If you don't understand it, I can explain it another day. But I've been repeatedly saying this. It solves our financial problems, and it saves money for every single taxpayer. That's something I feel very strongly about, and I think that it's about time that we look into it. Those are all the items that I wanted to bring up right now.
Thank you. Did I say Councilmember Gomez already? I want to make sure.
Yes, you did, man. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Patel?
Nothing at this time.
Nothing at this time? Okay. He already did. All right. This is when our...
Council President,
yes.
I have a discussion item. You skipped me.
I skipped you?
He was talking about...
Oh, you were talking so much on pressure. I'm sorry. I thought I had called you. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. Thank you, Council President. First, I do want to thank the fire department and Chief Latham for responding to the fire on Parsonage Road last week. This was a large fire. 12 units were burned. 12 people were displaced. This fire was serious in the community, and I want to thank all of the first responders, men and women, and fire and police who responded to this call to help the residents of Edison. I think we did an outstanding job, and I'm proud to live in Edison, and thank you, Chief Latham. I also want to comment on the ordinance before us for the military. I'm thankful all of our council and colleagues are together on this ordinance, which compensates our men and women in service, protecting our country and keeping all of us safe, especially in this pandemic of COVID-19. So thank you, Council and Council President and the administration for introducing this amendment properly and putting it together for today's vote.
That it, Councilman Coyle?
I also want to discuss thanking the administration, council, and DPW and Parks Billy Thomas for addressing issues in parks and on Amboy Avenue to beautify Edison. I've had several meetings with Maureen, our business administrator, and our mayor, and I'm thankful that we've been moving forward to not only improve the parks we've had on the calendar year before, but to add beautification to the town and the parks around. I'm looking forward to this to continue and to add our other parks as we discussed. While listening to Councilman Joshi, I want to support him 100%. We've all had several conversations with him and individually about Optimum and our cable company. I think this is a good opportunity to have a study for this, and it's a revenue he predicts could be here for Edison. Certainly that can help us a lot. I don't think you'll find a resident in Edison that will argue with the problems we have with Optimum. They do not have great customer service, and we continue to have problems. And other states I studied, as well as what was mentioned by Councilman Joshi, the same, I agree. And I hope we support a study for the Optimum opportunity for Edison Township, not giving it away and outsourcing that. I believe that contract is up. To the administrator, Maureen, is that contract up soon?
No, I believe it's a 15-year contract, I think, which we signed in 2014.
How long is the
I don't remember. I will.
10 or 15
I'll try
years.
to, if I can, I'll pull it up while we're talking. But okay. I don't recall how long it was.
Councilman Coyle, it was a 15-year contract.
15 years?
Correct.
And started in 2014?
I believe that is correct.
I believe that's correct.
Well, it gives us 9 years to get our act together, so that would give us plenty of time. The other thing I wanted to discuss,
Councilman, if I just let me just clarify that, it's a non-exclusive contract. So, if there's another service that we can get, then we can get it. It's not exclusive. So if FiOS came to town or something like that, so it's, I don't know. I just want to make clear, I don't think we need to wait 9 years. We would need to wait 9 years to try and do something with Optimum, which I'm not sure you'd be able to do anyway, but you can definitely bring in competition now if we can get it.
Okay, so it's a contract that sounds like it has opportunities for it to be changed. So it's not a 15-year contract then.
It's a 15-year contract allowing Optimum to operate and offer service in Edison, but it is not exclusive. So Verizon's not wiring FiOS anymore, but if they were, then FiOS could come and ask for the same franchise to be able to offer service to the residents.
Thank you, Mr. Northgrave. I look forward to the support for Sam Joshi's proposal for a study on the Cablevision. While I'm on the conversation of the police and fire, can I direct some questions to Mr. Latham?
Go ahead, Joe.
How you doing, Mr. Latham? Again, thank you for the great job you did on the fire we had on Parsons Village. As you know, several residents and firemen are reaching out to us, complaining there's not enough men on the job. What is your opinion of us in the state today in service?
Well, right now, currently depending on a number of things. One, people out on sick leave, vacation time, and then this COVID thing going on where people have to be quarantined. We've been up and down with manpower more than usual. So it was decided to drop the minimum from 22 personnel on duty down to 18, and that was to save on an exorbitant amount of overtime that would be spent to keep 22 guys on duty. The normal shift personnel is 28, but like I said, you take all those other factors into consideration, and that drops us all the way down to the minimum of 18. So just in the past month, we did have overtime just to keep 18 on duty. So what we're looking to do is once again, everything revolves around the budget, you know, the revenue loss over this COVID, and what the budget will hold for the hiring of firemen. We did start the process for background checks on 25 candidates, so the process is underway. It's just a matter of what will the budget be when we get to the end here. Will we be able to, you know, to fully staff again? You know, that's what we're looking at. You know, it's not optimal, but, you know, money's got to come from somewhere. And if we don't have the money to pay for it, you know, we're just making our situation worse. So, yeah, we did have a big fire. Nobody was injured, thank God, on both civilians and firefighters. It's my job and the mayor's job to make sure all employees are safe, and that goes with everybody. And we'll keep it that way. Like I said, when we can get financially stable and get the money for these positions, I'm sure they'll be filled as soon as possible.
Thank you. The questions I get from residents and some firemen is that we are short 20 guys today. It sounds like we're short 8. Is it 20 or 8?
No. Currently, from where we were a few years ago, we're short right now 17 firefighters, 5 captains, and 1 battalion chief. If you fill that battalion chief position, you would need an additional firefighter, bringing that to 18. So that's the number we were down from where we were about 3 years ago.
And thank you, Chief Latham. And to the administrator, Maureen, can you walk me through our process of when we're going to hire and why we're not hiring?
Just like Chief Latham said, we're in the process right now of putting the hiring together. And the most important thing is the passage of the budget with those employees in it.
Okay.
All right. Is that
thank
it?
You. Council President, I will tell you when I'm finished, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, I'm just wondering because you were asking the same questions more than once, so I just assumed. I'm sorry.
No problem. I appreciate, while I have the floor, I just like to continue. The other thing I have, I also, in regards to our conference call meetings we had today, I want to thank Jim DeVito for answering my questions and facilitating some issues I've had. I believe it's much better than before. And I want to thank Councilman Gomez also for assuring that the PIN number is on the website we discussed so that when you click, the PIN number is there as well. There's a few things I'd like to just add to the conference calls. Let's hope they're not going to go much further. But if this continues, I ask Council President that we do a sound check on each person who is planning to speak. Because I can hear a lot of people fine, and then I don't hear someone well. So the connection of each person is important to the residents of Edison, and I would ask that we do a sound check prior to the meeting. I also discussed with the clerk and I discussed with the Council President that when communications come to the Council President during the public portion of the meeting, I think it's transparent that we receive in real time the same communication the Council President is receiving. I don't doubt she's not reading everything. I believe she's doing a great job with everything she received to read. But as a council person representing the Township of Edison, like each one of us do, it's important that it's transparent, that I receive the same communication that's in front of the council president, whether she received it at 6:02 or at 7:15. Through the clerk's office, I've understood that we could be added to this communication. And I'm asking today, I spoke to Maureen as well, can I have an answer if that could come together?
What I had stated before, as each person comes to the podium, you do not get what they're saying before they come to the podium. And I had stated I did not want stuff sent piecemeal. Anyone who would like every single copy of every correspondence that has come through here would be welcome to come to the clerk's office the following day, and they will receive every bit of information. Trying to send stuff all around and missing stuff back and forth will create a legal problem because some people will receive, some people don't receive. So I'm trying to keep this the most legal way as possible. And I did receive an email today thanking me for doing it that way, and they thanked me because even when they insulted me, I also still read the comment. It did not matter to me. I am doing everything the legal way. I can't wait till we get back to a public forum, but we just can't send different messages this way, messages that way. We have to have some form of order. I don't get them. Nobody gets them. Our deputy clerk gets them. So I'm just as surprised as like if somebody's walking up to the podium when I receive them at this particular time.
Council President, to the administrator, we've discussed this before. I'm not considering the Council President expert in technology. I understand her point. But Maureen, can you tell me whether we can receive this information in the same real-time fashion?
Councilman Coyle, the Council President's bringing up a really good point. When we're at council meetings and people walk up to the podium, me, just like you, we have to answer on the fly. I mean, it's more of a legal question, I think. I think what Council President is saying is we're following the course of the meeting. She reads the comments out just like if somebody came up to a podium. I mean, the before a meeting question is really not posed to me.
No, because no one, not even me, should be afforded the opportunity of having a bunch of correspondence ahead of time so I can prepare answers for stuff that someone would just be walking up to the podium with. So legally, if you get a correspondence and I don't get a correspondence and I have the opportunity to fix up a speech like some of the people do before the person walks up there, it's better that everyone get the information all at the same time, at all, point blank.
Council President, to Mr. Northby, could you clarify what I'm trying to discuss and whether it's my legal right to get a transparent, real-time communication?
I'm not even sure what's being discussed. Are you saying that you want, if in this moment at 7:44, I sent an email pursuant to the system that the clerk's office set up, and I'm not sure what that is, but assuming I sent an email, they ask a question, you're asking that it be given to you and the council president at the same time? Is that the issue?
I'm asking that all communication, when received, was 5, 703, 744, that each council person...
I'm sorry. If somebody can everyone else just mute their phones? You're breaking up. I can't hear you. There's a hum in the background. Yeah, Councilman,
okay,
sorry.
So, Mr. Northfield, what I'm asking is that during the council meeting, communications are written and received to the clerk. What I'm asking is, for whatever time they're coming in, 6:02, 6:09, 6:44, or 7:44, I'm asking, is it my legal right as a council person to receive a real-time, transparent communication during this council meeting?
Councilman, I'm not sure how to address that. I think if I understand what the council president is saying is that she is going to read it at the time for public comment, and she doesn't want to transmit it because she, if I heard her correctly, her concern is that for whatever reason, for a technological reason, either external or internal, you know, that communication goes to you and Councilman Joshi and Councilman Deal, but doesn't go to 3 other council people. You know, then you get into the whole issue of whether, you know, how was it sent, why wasn't it sent, why didn't I get it, why did he get the advantage, that type of thing. So I think what if I, and the council president will certainly correct me if I'm wrong, I think what she said is that she will read everything. She'll be happy to give you a packet of all those things so that there can't be a question. You know, it sounds like your question is you want to be sure that everything is being read. You know, she's happy to give it to you, but she is saying that she doesn't want it to try to distribute it while the meeting is going on for a variety of mostly technological reasons. And I don't know if there's a legal issue that gets in there. That feels to me like, not feels to me, it's the council president is exercising her discretion to conduct the meeting in a way that she thinks makes the most sense and is the most transparent. And, you know, it sounds like you disagree with that, but, you know, I think she's within her right to do it the way she sees fit, as long as your objective is achieved, which is you want to be able to, you know, as Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. You want to be sure that it was read. And I think what she said is she'll be happy to have Marlena or Cheryl or someone in the clerk's office after the meeting, you know, put a package together, electronic or otherwise, and send it to all council, or at least all council who want a copy. I hope I answered your question.
You answered the question, but you're defending the council president, and you're not answering the legal right I have as a councilman representing the township of Edison. If a communication comes in at 6:05, we should all get that copy of that communication. I understand during 7:48 I'm not going to get that one on time, but the question that is at hand is not the defense of her expertise in technology, which she's not an expert in technology. I'm asking, it could happen. Mr. DeVico can do it. The clerk's office can do it. It's one button. We all get the information. And to your argument about whether we all receive it, we have this same problem week to week on our entire packet. This happens. But this is something other council townships are doing. They receive communications. I don't understand why. It's a simple request. The clerk can do this simple by just pressing one button and we get it. I'm asking, what's my legal right? Are you telling me she has the authority not to be transparent?
Excuse me, and I resent that fact that you said that. From this point on, starting at the next meeting, I won't even view them, period, when they come in to read. I will have the clerk read every single one of them. Therefore, no council member, including me, will receive them. Thank you very much.
Mr. Northgrave, my question is to you and to the council president. I believe you're doing your best and you're reading everyone. My point is, we deserve, council people deserve to have the communication in real time as you do. That's all I'm asking. And what I'm asking Mr. Northgrave,
you're using the wrong word, sir. It's not communication. It's meeting submissions. And public meeting submissions are totally different than communications. They are delivered at a certain time, and they are public meeting submissions, oral petitions. Yes. And when people walk up there, that's what they are about. All right? The public submission and oral submission, and the reading on the resolution, all right? So when the people come up there, when the people are sitting in the audience, you mean everybody in the audience walks up and hands us their question? I mean, when you come up to this thing back and forth, and as I expressed to you, to satisfy you, I will make sure not one council person, not even me, only the clerk or her assistant will be the one receiving the information, and they will be the one reading it. So therefore, it will not be in any council member's hands. Thank you. Starting next meeting.
Council President, I have a question for Mr. Northgrave. I just want answered.
Yeah, Councilman, with all due respect, and I know it's certainly not my intent to be argumentative, but your question to me presumed, first of all, that I was representing the council president, not the township. I disagree with that, and I believe I did answer your question. There is a small body of material that's coming in to the council chamber while the meeting is going on. This council president has made a decision that she will not try to distribute that piecemeal, that she will distribute it, she will read it as part of the public record. And to the extent that you want to verify that everything was read and read correctly, you would be within your rights to do so, and she'll make that available to you. But exercising what I believe is her discretion, she is choosing not to try and push everything out while the meeting is going on. As we've seen, there's been enough technological problems with this to begin with. Granted, I'll take you at face value that other towns are doing it, but I would suggest to you that I would suggest, in my opinion, you're not being denied your legal rights. The council president is exercising her discretion, and if there's a different council president at a different time, then he or she can do it differently if that's how they choose. But I trying to answer your question directly, I do not believe you were denied your legal rights, and I do not believe I'm defending the council president. I'm simply stating what my opinion, my legal opinion as to what's occurring. I understand, I appreciate and respect that you disagree with me, but that's still my legal opinion, sir.
Council President, is Mr. DeVico available to speak?
No.
Is the clerk available to speak?
I'm here.
Yes.
My question to Madam Clerk is, when are you allowing those communications to come in? Can someone send you communication at 6:01?
Anytime. Once the agenda is put up, I believe, and the instructions for the meeting to the public, they can start submitting to that email for the meeting. And then Marlene is the one who gets that email, and she gets on there to start. She prints them out just before we come over to do the meeting.
So my point back to you, Mr. Northgrave, is that communications are coming in allowable as of 6:01, and I have a right as a councilman to get that communication delivered to me. I'm not leaving this argument until it's resolved. I've asked not to discuss this. I had a conversation with Maureen yesterday, had a conversation with the clerk's office yesterday, had a conversation with the council president. I'm being denied my rights, and other council people are not receiving their rights, whether they choose to or not, to receive transparent communications during the council meeting. I'm sorry, and it's not good to represent Edison that way as a councilman.
Okay, excuse me. Don't use the terminology that we're denying you. The deputy clerk said that the whole packet would be available for you. Words mean something, so I don't like the fact when you say that you're being denied. You're not being denied anything.
Well, Mr. Northbridge just defended me.
You can get all the correspondence, whatever. You think you should get all correspondence before the clerk or before me? You think you are privy to all the correspondence?
Council President, I'm
not even getting the correspondence. You don't hear me complaining. Hello?
Council President, I'm not asking what your position is. You choose to or not to complain. I'm bringing this up as an elected official, just as all of us, that I deserve the right to receive transparent communications of this meeting in real time. And whether you call it discretion or deny, I call it deny. The council just said it's your discretion not to give it to me. So you're denying my right to have transparent communications during this meeting.
That's your opinion, and that's the way you're processing information, and I can't control the way you process information. So therefore, at this particular time, we're at a mute point, or are we going to move on to your next topic?
Well, can I have a rebuttal on that, Council President?
Yes, you may, sir.
Okay, I guess this all stems from the system that we're using. If we would have went with one of the other systems like some of the other council people and other towns are doing, you would have these questions in real time. So I guess because of what we chose, which would be an antiquated system, this is a new system. This is a system that I used back in 1995 type of thing. So this type of system has its drawbacks. And the drawbacks are that, well, like in the last couple of meetings, every council member, did not have access to everything like we did in a real meeting. And that's where I was going with, we should go with a different system like other councils are using. Because, well, it's better to be in the 20th century than the 19th. So I think that's inherently what our problem here at Council McCall is the system we're using.
Okay, Councilman Brescher, I can't argue with you on that.
And Council President, to Councilman Brescher's point, and I'll make another subject to discuss here. And this is important to discuss. And this discussion wouldn't need to take place if you agreed with me. So we'll have to put time on this. And it's only the time that residents deserve when we only get a chance to speak one time every 15 months, which is sad. But my point here is that other townships are allowing residents to speak in real time with a delay and communicate verbally. I'm asking to Maureen, why are we not allowing the residents of Edison to get online and speak in real time? We're making our residents go through a loophole to have to type a letter to go through a technology system when others can't do that. Why can't we have meetings like several townships that would give them a real-time conversation and there'd be no communication at all other than submissions that we get before a meeting?
Councilman, I'm not even going to pretend I'm some kind of IT expert. We got all kinds of correspondence from different entities about using Zoom and some of the other platforms that are out there, that they're being hacked and different things are happening. This is what was presented to me. This is what has been working thus far. I do understand what you're saying. I understand what the council president's saying. I understand what legal's saying. There's a certain point of time, there's correspondences that come in just as letters, and then there's the public comment. And nobody gets public comment beforehand when we're at meetings ever. And from what I can hear, it's just like somebody walking up to the podium, and I understand what you're saying. If you think or believe that everything's not being read into the record, I understand your concern about that. We definitely, I think we can address that by what the council president is saying. We can send a package, out after the meeting that everybody can see that everything was read into the record, but it's not a perfect system. I don't pretend to be an expert in this at all, but this was what I was presented to move forward. So far, I'm working. It is not perfect. We need to mute phones. Anyway, this is right now the best we can do, and hopefully this will not have to go forward much longer.
Maureen, I do appreciate what you've done. Being the fifth largest municipality in the state of New Jersey, out of 534 municipalities, when several, including Jersey City, are using different methods where people can speak in real time. I find that we're denying the residents an easy opportunity to get involved in these meetings. It's very challenging. I mean, they can get on, but they have to submit a letter. That's a challenge. We have all these noises going on right now. You can't say that one would be better than the other. Through the Chamber of Commerce, we had an entire go-to webinar about all this, and nobody mentioned they were using Avaya. Now, I agree with my Councilman Gomez about Avaya being a strong company, but why isn't Jersey City using it? Why are other towns using it? I'm just, before the next council meeting, I would hope that we can look into providing a better way of having the residents of Edison be able to log on and voice in real time their communication. And that's just a fact. We deserve to give the 100,000 people of Edison that right. We're a $150 million budget. We're the fifth largest municipality in New Jersey. There's over 530 municipalities. We're in a county with 750,000 people. There's really no excuse for us not to have the best technology for the people of Edison. And all I asked today was for the discretion of the council president to give me real-time communication. I didn't even dive into the fact that we're denying the rights of our residents to speak to a voice communication. They should easily be able to speak to their
Excuse me, I just want you to correct something. Any type of communications that come in, we send it to your house before the meeting. Communications. You got to know the difference. The communications we send to your house ahead of time. These public comments never come until we have the public portion after the resolutions, after the meeting. So if you're talking about the communications, you have communications. We make sure you get them prior to the meeting. So I don't want them to be confused. All right?
You've repeated yourself, and I understand, Council President.
I know, but you've been repeating yourself by half an hour.
But you're jumping around the true answer is you have the discretion for me to receive a transparent communication to represent the residents of Edison, and you're not. That is the truth.
The truth is you get your communications. I don't know why we keep debating on this. You get your communications. Whatever communications there are, you get them. Public comment is totally different than communication. And I'm not going to repeat myself again because you tell me I repeat myself. So that's it. I'm done with that.
Okay, I am not properly describing the public submission you're denying me to receive. Correct or incorrect?
Report after report from the Trump administration's own experts, Barry. And so now
you're not giving me this opportunity, and it's your discretion, Council President. And I'm asking. I called you politely on the phone. I called Maureen Poitley on the phone. This is a valid point to the residents of Edison that I received the public submission in real time, just as you would.
But a second thought is a real crisis to be solved, not as an actual threat to the American people that must be dealt with, but simply...
Council President, I will just ask that when the clerk reads the submissions, that she reads the timestamp of the email received.
And with thousands of Americans...
Is that possible, Council President?
Starting at the next meeting, I will do that.
And retreat that. I mean, any year.
Why can't it be at this meeting?
It's on the top of the...
All right, I will. She told me right now. I'll do that, okay?
It's right here on the top.
Thank you. Yeah?
Thank you, President. I have nothing further.
Thank you. We can move right along. All right. We're all right. Oh, yeah. Is everybody good? Can we start the regular meeting now? Okay, the regular meeting, viewed it already. Can I have the approval? Can I get a motion of approval for the combined meeting on April 27th?
Motion to approve.
Who was that?
Joshi.
Sam Joshi. All right. Second. Can I get a second?
Second, Councilman Gomez.
All right.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it, so may it be. Okay, at this point I have the council president's remark. I have a statement that I'm reading because this will be the last time that I read a statement like this and the event of everything that's going on. As the first African-American woman to sit on this council as a council president, I am dismayed by the actions of special interest groups and some of my colleagues. The amount of hatred and vitriol toward a woman and a senior citizen is reprehensible. When I took my oath of office, I was to represent all of Edison. Now, because of personal agendas that cannot be fulfilled, personal attacks on my character with political cronies have been determined since day one in office as council president to undermine my interests that are for the entire Edison. If I weren't the council president, there would have been no attacks. The mere fact that a woman, namely an African-American woman, is in a leadership position has this ascension from special interest groups. I'm sick and tired of hearing about what I am supposed to do for a certain special interest group. It is what I was elected for. No, it was not. I was to make calculated and educated decisions on the dais, not from pressure like colleagues. During the rest assured, I have worked many, many years with many faiths and walks of life to bridge the gap between communities. Under Spadoro's administration, I was the director of the Academic Assistance Program, which provided free aftercare for township school children. Although school is session, how are we helping our residents with children? What's wrong here is I'm focused on the residents and others are focused on a political agenda. To all who wish to besmirch my character, I sit on this dais and wonder so much knowing the amount of racism and sexism that I've had to endure as an African-American woman. Why turn the table on me? I know why. Because you thought you would bully me and make me your puppet. Sorry, I will do what's best for the entire community. The residents of Edison now know this is not my character, and they will rise together in Edison. And I will continue to not kowtow to political posturing and special interest groups. Character assassination is not welcome in Edison. In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. Thank you. Moving right along, the administrative agenda. Motion to accept the... Can I get a motion to accept the mayor's agenda?
Councilman Gomez, motion to accept.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Who was the second person?
Joshi.
Who's the second person? Who?
Councilman Joshi seconded.
All right, thank you. It is that we can't hear it that well. Okay, we ready for, we have to do a vote. All in favor?
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All right, all opposed? The ayes have it. So may it be. Okay. That's the whole agenda, A and B, right?
And I read the,
Okay.
you have to, you read the unfinished business.
Okay.
Yeah, so now we're here. I have to review one.
Okay.
This ordinance codifies the policy of the Township of Edison regarding military leave for township employees, not including temporary seasonal employees who are called to active military duty or service or inactive duty training. Open the public portion.
Okay, open the public portion for, oh, I gotta wait 2 minutes, I forgot.
She's going to check to make sure there's any submissions on this.
Okay. We're checking right now to see if any submissions because we want to be legally correct.
There's no public submissions.
Okay.
Motion to close.
Okay, the motion to close.
The public.
A motion to close the public, to the public, because we don't have any...
Motion to close public portion. Councilman Gomez.
Councilman Gomez, and I get a second?
Deal.
Second, Bob Deal.
Councilman Deal.
Now, do you have a motion to introduce that? Any council comments?
Okay. Any council comments? Okay.
To adopt.
Motion to adopt. Can I get a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt.
Second, Joe Coyle.
First pressure?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll call.
Roll call.
Councilmember Pressure.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Deal.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Joshi.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Council President Chip Freeman.
Yes. I want to be council president. They would have. Okay, all right. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, clerk, can you read the new business, the proposed ordinance?
This ordinance amends the Township Code to revise and update the 2020 per gallon water rates the Township charges residential and non-residential users for the discharge of normal domestic sewage and the rates charged significant industrial users of the Township sewer system.
Can I get a motion to introduce?
This,
Oh, you finished?
yes,
All right.
the introduction of this ordinance, though, the proposed public hearing will be set down for May 27th, so who's going to introduce?
Can I get a motion to introduce?
Motion to introduce. Councilman Gomez.
Okay.
Second, Councilman Deal.
Okay. Roll call.
Councilmember Pressure.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
No.
Councilmember Deal.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Joshi.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Council President Chip Freeman.
Yes.
And now we
come to...
open public comment on resolutions. So you have a file that...
I have a pile of open resolutions here. Now let me drink a little bit of water. Okay, here we go. All right. resolution. I'm looking for the name on here. What I'm going to tell you now is people did not put their address on here at this particular time, but I'm going to be positive and still read the information that they present.
This is the time it came in.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
So you can say that.
All right.
And then his name should be written at the end of the email.
Okay, it's at the end. Oh, it's at the end. I'm sorry. It's back. All right, okay.
This is public comment on the resolution?
Excuse me.
Yes, these are people that...
These are the
petitions on the resolutions.
This is resolutions only.
Public comment on the resolutions.
Okay. Sunday, May 10th, 12:03 p.m. Guliang, KO, 1 Paula Street. Sorry, I have to make a small correction below. On May 10, 2020, 11:57 a.m., Dear Edison Council members, I hope this email finds you well. I'm writing to you to request you oppose below resolution in the upcoming council meeting. R249, a resolution authorizing a contract for special legal services related to potential claims arising from damages sustained by the township due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Here are just a few reasons why this resolution should be rejected. Please kindly keep them in your mind when you cast your vote. All fellow residents are looking upon you to make the right decision for the township. 1, there is no moral stand on starting such a lawsuit at this difficult time when the whole world is still fighting the disease and many people are dying every day because of COVID-19. All people, countries should unite in order to win war against the virus. Number 2, there is next to zero chance to win this in court. As explained in many articles and by many scientists, COVID-19 disease is born from nature. Chinese and Wuhan government did their best to contain the virus and have communicated with the WHO, the World Health Organization, and the U.S. federal government on this matter. Number 3, it'll be a total waste of taxpayers' money to start the lawsuit. This money could be put into better use by fighting against the virus, helping out the people who are impacted. Number 4, being one of the most diverse communities in the country, Edison should strive to be more inclusive and fight against biases against any groups, any racial groups. This lawsuit will do no good in respect. Correction, being one of the most diverse communities in country, Edison should strive to be the most inclusive community to fight against biases against any race and any group. This lawsuit will do no good in that regard. Okay. Monday, May 11th, 5 p.m. Please do not authorize the contract. Okay, I'm sorry. Jyoti Kasavan, 5 Doreen Court. Please do not authorize the contract for special legal services offered by Lombardi and Lombardi to start a lawsuit on behalf of Edison Township to recover the losses from COVID-19. This should be the responsibility of federal government, not a city project. Okay. Monday, May 11th, 6:16 p.m. Ping Wang. Hello, as Edison resident, I have 2 questions for council members. 1, the motion to sue a foreign country on their origination and liability issue about COVID-19. Can Mr. Northgrave, the township attorney, explain on what ground the township may have a case? What is the chance that the township wins? It is worth to spend $3,000 of our tax money on such thing. Who has the right to choose the law firm to represent township? Should there be a public hearing on this? Personally, I believe the township has better use for the money. I would have to answer, but we pulled the resolution, so I'm just gonna read them, Mr. Northgrave. My name is Yan Fan, 32 Lamar Avenue. I request my comment to be read as public comments for resolution. This resolution is for Edison Township to have firm Lombardi and Lombardi to sue Chinese government and entities due to COVID-19 pandemic. Edison Township would compensate the attorney on the basis of time expended by the attorney and the contingent fee of the recovery. The lawsuits against other countries typically don't go anywhere because U.S. law generally prohibits them, i.e. sovereign immunity to protect foreign government from lawsuits. As an Edison taxpayer, I am more concerned about how our tax money is spent. The lawsuit could take many years without ending. Now Edison Township is going to pay the attorney on the time attorney expended, how much time he would spend and how much tax money would he pay to him. Now with the pandemic, many Edison families are facing huge economic hardship. As our leaders of Edison, all members of City Council, the priority is to relieve families burdened on property tax by lower or prevent tax higher. Please reject resolution. Thank you. R29.
What time was that received?
May 13th, 12:07 a.m. Okay. Let's see. These are resolutions, though. Remember, these are not public. These are resolutions. Wednesday, May 13th, 12:22 p.m. Huyang, 23 Bryan Road. I request my question to be read at the May 13th council meeting as public comments for resolution R24905-202. Okay. As an Edison taxpayer for many years, I am more concerned about how our tax money is spent. The lawsuit can take many years without ending. Now Edison Township is going to pay the attorney on the time attorney expended. How much time he would spend and how much tax money would he pay to him? During this tough period with the pandemic, many Edison families are facing huge economic hardship. As our leaders of Edison, all members of City Council, our priority is to relieve families burdened on property tax by lower or prevent tax higher. Please vote against Resolution R249. I am Bo Zia from 10 Lucille Court. A meeting May 13th, 2:54 p.m. I request my comment to be read as public comment for resolution R249. This resolution is for Edison Township to have firm Lombardi and Lombardi to sue Chinese government and entities due to COVID-19 pandemic. Edison Township would compensate the attorney based on the time expended by the attorney and the contingent fee of the recovery. The lawsuits against countries typically don't go anywhere because U.S. law generally prohibits them, i.e. sovereign immunity to protect foreign government from lawsuits. As an Edison taxpayer, I am more concerned about how our tax money is spent. The lawsuit can take many years without ending. Now Edison Township is going to pay the attorney on the time attorney expended. How much time he would spend and how much tax money would be paid to him. Now with the pandemic, many Edison families are facing huge economic hardship. As our leaders of Edison, all members of City Council, the priority is to relieve families burdened on property tax by lower or prevent tax higher. Please reject Resolution R249. Thank you. Bozia again. May 13th, 3:14. 10 Lucille Court. I request my question to be read at May 13th council meeting as public comment. R249. Can Mr. Northgrave, some of these they just did them over and over again, just a different name. Can Mr. Northgrave, the township attorney, explain if there have been successfully case laws of any U.S. township suing a foreign government and entities that is part of the United Nations? Does Edison Township has the jurisdiction to sue? What is the What is probably, I think it's the probability of success, but I'm trying to read it the way they have it written. If the township does want to sue, should the contracts be bid? What makes the firm whose practice is mainly family law to qualify to the firm representing the township? Thank you. Wednesday, May 13th, 3:45 p.m. Again, Bo Zia, 10 Lucille Court, Edison, New Jersey. I request my comment to be read as public comment for Resolution R249. Since the possibility to win that lawsuit is close to zero and huge costs to Edison taxpayer, if fees paid to the law firm, I suggest please postpone for that resolution. Why not wait to see if there is any town won a similar lawsuit in future? Then we can do the same. And also from the fee structure, it is like type of personal injury lawsuit. There should be no fee charged to plaintiff besides court records. Wednesday, May 13th, 2020, 4:07 p.m. Quan Nguyen, 9 Fielding Place. I request my question to be read at the May 13th council meeting as public comments for Resolution R249. Yes, it's the same. He keeps them in the same thing over and over. Two different names. Okay. Can Mr. Northgrave, the township attorney, explain if there have been successful case laws of any U.S. township suing a foreign government and entities that are of the United Nations? Does Edison Township have the jurisdiction to sue? Oh, okay, it's better. What's the probability of success? If the township does not want to sue, should the contract be binding? I think he means bid. What makes the firm Lombardi & Lombardi, whose practice is mainly family law, to qualify to the firm representing the township of a cross-border international case? Okay, May 13th, 6:21 p.m., Rosaline Jan. I request my question to be read at May 13th council meeting as public comments for Resolution R249. Can Mr. Northgrave, the township attorney, explain if there have been successful cases of law of any U.S. township suing a foreign government and entities that are part of the United Nations? Does Edison Township have the jurisdiction to sue? What is the probability of success if the township doesn't want to sue? Should the contract be binded? What makes the firm Lombardi & Lombardi, whose practice is mainly family law, to qualify to the firm representing the township in a cross-border international case? All right? To all the people who wrote the resolution, this was pulled before it even became a discussion item. During the course of the beginning of the meeting, it is no longer one of the resolutions. Thank you.
on to resolutions. Wait.
Okay, at this particular time, we're waiting about two minutes. We want to make sure we do not leave anyone's resolution out, anyone's comment on the resolution. Even though we pulled the resolution R2.49, but we want to make sure everybody is able to say something about it, even though it's pulled.
Let her handle it. All right.
All right, now I need a motion to close the public portion. On resolutions.
Motion to close public portion, Councilman Gomez.
Second, Deal.
Deal. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
The ayes have it, so may it be.
Now, is there any
resolutions?
Pull for separate?
Are there any resolutions that need to be pulled for separate vote?
Yes, Council President, this is Councilman Joshi. I'd like to pull Resolution 252 for a separate vote.
252.
Just but before you do that, I know we've been doing this a while now, but I believe Councilman Brescher has a motion that he wanted to make. I don't know if Councilman, if you still want to, I assume you do.
Yes.
That now would probably be the appropriate time to do that with your indulgence, Council President.
Okay, so right now, before we pull the rest of them, he would ask, he put it on it, could he add it to the agenda?
So we're going to take.
Well, just contemporaneous with the, we're adding. He's going to ask to add. I don't know if anyone else has anything else to pull, but it should be contemporaneous at this time. Before we vote on the resolutions, his motion should be considered. That's my only point.
His motion should be considered before we even go to the resolutions. Okay, all right, fine.
Yes, that's my suggestion.
Councilman Brescher, you made a motion to what?
I'm making a motion to add to the resolution, resolution denouncing COVID-19 related hate speech and bias crimes, whereas the township of Edison is home to thousands of residents of Asian and Jewish heritage, whereas the richness of Edison Township is enhanced by the diversity of our population, whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic, there have been reports of bias crimes against residents of Asian and Jewish heritage, including, without limited, an incident on April 4th, 2020, where a 55-year-old Asian woman was a victim, was surrounded by a group of individuals who allegedly yelled racial slurs regarding the origins of the coronavirus at the victim and punched her in the back of the head. Whereas recent social media posts targeting Asian Jewish communities have appeared on social media accounts of elected officials, and said posts have exuberated the fears of biased crimes against residents of Asian and Jewish heritage. Whereas in the interest of Edison Municipal Council, it sends a clear message that targeting of any individual based on their race, gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or gender identity will be condemned and not be tolerated by the residents of Edison Township. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Municipal Council of the Township of Edison, Middlesex County, New Jersey, as follows. 1, Township of Edison hereby denounces all instances of COVID-19 related discrimination, violent, and hate speech. 2, the Township of Edison encourages the reporting of biased crimes and encourages the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office to investigate and prosecute biased crimes. 3, that a copy of the resolution be delivered to the clerk of the Township of Edison, and 4, that this resolution shall take effect immediately. And I'm proposing this gets added to our agenda.
Wait, Council President, Councilman, I got a question. To Councilman Brusher,
can you just hold off 1 second? We'll have a discussion. First,
sure.
let's see if there's a second for that resolution. If there is, then that would be the appropriate time for any discussion on the resolution. Thanks. Sorry.
Second, Councilman Coyle.
Councilman Coyle seconded.
Councilman Coyle seconded? Okay.
And this is to add to the...
This is to add, that's just to add a resolution to the agenda.
Okay, I'm going to roll call.
Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Brescher?
Yeah.
Wait, no. You have a motion and a second. Now's the time for a discussion as to whether you're going to support or not support adding it to the agenda.
Yeah.
That's the process. And I cut Councilman Joshi off because I wanted to just make sure it was properly, that we had a second. So now I would suggest that the debate, if any, as to whether to add this, the appropriate time for that would be now. Again, sorry for the interruption.
No problem. Thanks. Council President, this is Councilman Joshi. I had a question. From my understanding, and I could be wrong, but this language that was just read by Councilman Brescher was not the exact copy that we got in our email, was it?
No, not that I got.
Councilman Brescher, is this a copy that, I think what you read is separate from what was sent to us.
Let me just check. Yeah, I'm not working with the hard copy. I'm working with this laptop here. Let me see. Let me just do a quick search here.
Would you like to table this for another time, Councilman? Would you like to table this for another time, Councilman Brescher? We can get it together.
Well,
I mean, table it. Can we not even add it? Can we wait till we get it all together?
Well, Councilman Joshi, let me ask you a question. What part is different?
Looking at the email that's received on May 11th, 7/27 from us from the Township Clerk, and you were part of that forward as well. That resolution is separate from what you have just read.
Okay. You know what section of that is? Because I got both of them opened up here.
Okay.
All right. Let me read. Can I make a motion to read that one?
No. Well, my question was, one, if it's different, because if it is different, which it appears to be, I'm looking at the email right now, then we don't have the actual version. So I would ask you to just table it because I haven't seen it.
Okay, well, you know what? I think I can live with the first one, the one that you do have.
Well, I don't mind the one that you're reading right now, but I would like to have it in front of me before I vote on it, and that's my issue.
Is there a problem with the one that you do have?
Yes, I don't support that language.
Okay. I'm trying to see which one here.
If you would like, I would, like I said, what you've read is separate from the email that we got, and the language that I would prefer to have is what was sent to me, and I believe a lot of us council members were CC'd on it. The same resolution that San Antonio, Texas had passed against all hate in general. That I can support. I'd be happy to work on that with you at another time, but given that this is two separate issues, and at this point I wouldn't even know what I'm voting on.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. The one that you have, what objections do you have to that one?
I disagree with it, and I don't want to get into that.
Okay. You know, it is like I'm looking at it, and I don't know. You know what line is different?
It's paragraph 4.
Which one?
I believe it was paragraph 4. Yeah.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at the same thing that I just read.
All right. Well,
and that
I disagree with it.
That's the email that I sent. The email I sent on May 11th at 7:07 to the clerk seems to be exactly what I just read. I don't see what I'm missing on this. Yeah, it looks like it's word for word. I don't know how something else could have been sent to you that's different than what I just read. Is any of my other council colleagues, do you find anything different between what was sent to you and what I read?
I don't have a problem with that. Perhaps Sam just read the one he had.
You want to make the talk? All right, here, we don't know here.
Excuse me. Are we going to, is this going to move to table, or we're introducing what? Are we going to move the table and so we can get it all together?
No, I don't. Council President, we still haven't even put it on the agenda.
Okay.
After this discussion. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right. saying you got it, or add it. It hasn't even been added to the agenda. Okay. All right.
No, there's still. I mean, the question is are there opinions, in favor or against, and then that would inform council's consideration of whether to even add it to the agenda. Not that you could you could certainly vote in favor to add it and vote against it to adopt it, but that's that's the point that's going on. So once there's no more debate over whether to add it, there'll be a vote to add it. And then if it's added and somebody wants to pull it and have a separate discussion, we can go through that again as well. So that's where we're at right now.
So I get the motion. So can I have a motion? We had a motion to add it. We had a motion to add it and a second. So we can now.
Council President, I have a question for the attorney.
I was going to ask the attorney. Okay, go ahead.
he has a copy of what I sent. I don't see a difference in what I sent and what I just read. And I'm looking at the two of them here. So I have the email that I opened up, and it does seem, I don't know, word for word. So I'm asking you to look at it. Councilman Joshi said that they were different. What I read from what is here.
Yeah, Councilman, I can certainly, if I have two documents, I can black line one against the other, but I would have to play the tape back to hear what you said and compare that to what is,
would it make it easier
what is in the email?
If you had the document and would it make it easier if you have the document, I just read what I just read? And you can read along?
That's what you want to do. Let me try and pull that document up. I thought Councilman Joshi identified what his issue was. It's Councilman, do you know exactly what language is missing or added that you object to, or?
Yeah, Councilman Brusher, could you read your paragraph 4?
Paragraph 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whereas social media posts, that one?
Yeah.
Okay, whereas social media posts targeting Asian and Jewish communities have appeared on social media accounts of elected officials, and said posts have exacerbated the fear and bias crimes against residents of Asian and Jewish heritage.
Okay, so that, I did not hear that part before, but I know how I'll vote now.
Okay, so that, okay, you just didn't hear me read that part before.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilman Brusher, Councilman Deal.
Yes, sir.
Is that first sentence related to any particular person on the council?
When this kind of came to me really with that first incident that we had back in April. That's what kind of brought this, to my attention. And then, with all the things that have been going on, I just felt that something needed to be said. And, we really shouldn't accept this here in Edison.
Councilman Brusher, I agree with the spirit of the resolution. I truly do. But if there's some other motive for putting a paragraph like that in, if that's to disparage anyone, any colleague or anyone, if there's another motive for that particular phrase, I can't vote for that phrase. I'll go with the resolution. I like the spirit of it, but I don't know. I don't understand that phrase. And you just didn't explain it well.
Okay, so you'd like that one about elected officials removed?
I want to be honest with you. Councilman Joshi offered to work with you on this resolution. I think that you ought to take his offer. I think we ought to look at this. I totally agree with the spirit of the resolution, but I want it to be a clean resolution and not have an ulterior motive to it.
Oh. Okay, I'd like to I can say that there were comments that were made by elected officials that I felt were inappropriate. Now, we did hear this, or I don't know that we heard it, but I heard rumors of maybe attack, but if attacked, it's a simple thing. You go to the police department. I'm sure our chief could get to the bottom of that within hours. So, if those things were taken care of and it was put into bed.
I thought we could have.
Councilman Deal,
I thought we could have gotten to the bottom of the racist flyer in hours. So right now, if it's a resolution with the spirit, anti-prejudice, anti-racism, I am totally in. If there's an ulterior motive, I am totally out.
Oh, there's not an ulterior motive. It comes to those two recent events, the one in April where a woman was attacked, and then things that were put on Facebook that are inappropriate.
Who are you referring to?
It would be the posts that were on our council president's Facebook.
Okay. See, I'm not going there. I heard Council President's remarks tonight. We're not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I wholly support anti-racism, anti-COVID prejudice. I wholly support that. But if you're going to use this to disparage the Council President, I'm not in.
Councilman Deal, it wasn't you're the one that asked me what it was about. I told you the two incidences.
And then I understand,
Councilman Deal, it is my turn to speak, sir. Sir, I am speaking. Please mind yourself while I'm speaking. It was my turn to speak. It's very simple. If you can't control yourself, I'm just asking you to please control yourself. And I understand you're frustrated because the meeting happens to be a little longer than usual. But what I'm saying...
That's not it at all. Don't say that.
Councilman Deal, I am still speaking.
You did this, and you were reluctant to fess up, and you finally fessed up, and now I know why you...
Councilman Deal, again, Robert's rules. With how many years you've been on the council, I would have thought that you would know what they are. And when someone's talking, it's not only rude, but it's impractical for you to keep on speaking over someone. When I'm done speaking, it would be your turn. And I don't have a problem with that. So what I'm saying is, I seen the post. I felt the post was inappropriate. Okay? And then I heard there was an apology, and I read an apology. And then the apology was removed, and I heard that the account was hacked. Now, we can go to our chief of police, who's online here, and he can tell us how quickly he could determine if an account was hacked or not. Can I get comment from our chief on that? Hello? Hello?
Could we move on?
What's he expecting? I don't know.
I didn't hear the chief's response.
Well, then evidently there's no response. Can we move on?
What did he answer?
The chief's not at our meeting?
I don't know, but as discussed earlier, Mr. Brescia, wait till after the meeting and then you can continue to attack me. There's no answer right now.
This is no attack on you, Council President.
You have been since day one.
What's that?
Since day one.
I really have no idea what you're actually talking about. I asked the question of the chief, and I believe I deserve an answer. Could our chief of police be on the line?
If he's not on the line, he's not answering, could you please move on so we can move on? Can we get a vote on this? Can we get a vote on this now?
I can through the administration, can we make sure that like our chief of police and the head of our departments are at our meetings from now on?
Yes, Councilman Brescia. I thought Chief Bryan was on the call.
They were there, but it's been over 3 hours.
So is he on the line or he's not on the line?
I don't. He was when they took roll call, but it's been 3 hours. I thought they would be wrapped up by now. I just would like to move forward with the vote because because we can end at 10 o'clock actually, and I don't want to end before I read all the public submissions. And I have a pile of about 20 or so. And so I want to get the people that we're concerned about in Edison, I want them to be able to speak publicly through these papers, but if not, they won't be able to because we'll end at 10 and we won't be able to read all of them. That's the only reason why I want to move forward.
Well, I understand that. Then it would be the administration's job to find the chief. I'm sure our business administrator has his cell number and can, please, Council President, I'm sure our business administrator has his phone number and can call him and ask him to please return to the line. I don't think I'm asking too much.
Excuse me. Selectively, do you want the public involved or you don't want the public involved? Because if you continue on with this direction you're going in, the public will not have a chance because it's almost 9 o'clock now. All right?
I will make a motion at that time to continue the meeting if necessary.
But we don't have to continue the meeting past 10. You remember you read the council rules? We don't have to go on past 10. So if we don't go on past 10...
Council President, are you sitting in the room with the chief and the business administrator and the clerk?
Why
and
would
have you instructed, because I believe you're at the town hall, and if you are, can you ask the chief to please get on the line?
I have no one in the room with me other than the clerks. Other than the clerk and the deputy clerk at this particular time. What I am trying to stress to you is I would like to have the public involved in our meeting, and right now we're a couple of minutes before 9 o'clock, and then when 10 o'clock comes, that will be the end of the meeting because if you read the council information and stuff, the meetings can end at 10 o'clock. So should we tell the public people that you're very, very concerned about, should we tell them that Richard doesn't have any public input, so he's going to hold this meeting up for another 5 to 10 to 15, I don't know how many minutes.
Council President, this is, and Councilman, this is Councilman Joshi. I'd like to make a motion to call to question, which I believe supersedes other motions.
Excuse me? What was that? Yes, somebody make a motion for a vote for it to be, somebody please make a motion.
Well, I believe, Council, there
is a motion.
The motion to call to question is to end debate, and I believe that supersedes any other motions per parliamentary procedure.
Yeah. Before we go there, can I suggest something? The reality is here, and if I'm wrong, you can tell me. But the reality is, there are some of you who agree with. You all seem to agree, as I think we all agree that racism is a bad thing. There's some disagreement over one provision. And I understand Councilman Brescher's point. He wanted the chief to answer a question. The chief's not available. When he drops off, I don't know.
Okay. The chief's on the line.
Okay, Chief. The question that was posed is, can you figure out whether a Facebook account is hacked? That's Councilman Brescher. Do I have that question correctly?
That's correct.
Okay.
In my professional experience, that would be left up to any time that this came up in the past for any investigation, that was left up to the IT professionals, actually from another agency. So I couldn't directly answer that question, yes or no, at this juncture.
Okay, so then if I could, thanks, Chief, but if I could just suggest, really it comes down to there are some who support and some who don't support, obviously, this resolution. So, the best way to, and maybe this goes directly to what Councilman Joshi was just suggesting, unless there's further debate over the merits or lack of merit to the resolution, we should just proceed to a vote as to whether to add it to the agenda. That answers the question. I mean, certainly, you have a right to debate it, but it seems like that's the question that needs to be addressed, and it seems to me we can address it by just having the vote. But I'll go back on mute, and you can figure out what you want to do.
That sounds fair.
Councilman Brescher. I understand your point of your resolution. Would you be open, and Councilman Joshi, in the spirit of Bob Deal and probably several council people, to move forward on the issue of doing something today? Would you be open to just removing that paragraph 4, and we could pass this resolution without paragraph 4? And then
what? Well, because I do find that if those posts were posts, I do find those posts to be inappropriate. I mean, that's just plain and simple. And I think it has to be acknowledged. And if what I'm really asking is if it was hacked, then being that our council president would be under attack, or the chief of our police or whoever his IT people that he's talking about are, they should have been investigating this a couple days ago when this first came up. Because it's not being investigated, then I think I'd like to have it on the resolution.
Council President Bob Deal.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. It seems to me that everyone agrees with the spirit of the resolution, with the exception of paragraph 4, that seems to be in a different direction. I'll ask our councilor this, can I move that we add the resolution without paragraph 4? Can I make a motion to do that?
The resolution, let me see.
Councilman, I think what should be done is we should vote on the resolution as it's been offered, unless Councilman Brescher, who offered the resolution, is willing to agree to that amendment. We have a motion and a second, so I think that motion should be voted on. If you could then make a subsequent motion to amend that resolution to make that change, and that would be a separate vote if it was added to the agenda. If it's not added to the agenda, you can make a motion to add it to the agenda with that amendment, or you can do as Councilman
Joshi suggested. So one way or the other, it's going to be a motion to amend this and take out paragraph 4. So, Councilman Brescher, I'll put it in your court.
I understand what Bill's saying, and I get it. I mean, I guess we could take a quick vote now, and then we can put it up in the amended version if it doesn't pass. And I guess procedurally that's correct.
No, I'm not quite understanding. Are you saying you're willing to take out paragraph 4 and we can vote on to add it right now, or do we add it and then I make a motion to amend it and take out paragraph 4 2 minutes from now?
Yes, that's what Councilman Northgrave just recommended.
He's a counselor, yes.
Well, initially that's your call, Councilman Brescher, as to how to do it. But I think Councilman Deal got the procedure right, which would be you make a motion. Let's clarify one point. If the motion fails, there is no resolution on the agenda. So then that would be in your discretion, Councilman Deal, whether to make a second motion to re-add this with paragraph 4 amended, or to just continue along the line Councilman Joshi suggested, which would be just a further discussion and put it on at some later time. But that's entirely in council's discretion.
But no, I think we're all in agreement that we agree with the spirit of it. Okay, but I do have a problem with putting in something else under the guise of anti-racism. I'm gonna do an anti-racism resolution and then put something else in there that may be related, but is targeted towards somebody which could be racist itself. I mean, what are you doing? I'll go to add it, but I am going to make a motion to amend it. Thank you.
I would like a clean copy. I would like to be inclusive of all people, not that how I feel about it. That's why I want the Human Relations Commission, because I want to be inclusive of all people. Other people will think that we're only biased against certain groups and different people. The spirit of me, growing up during the civil rights and all that, the spirit of me says we should include everyone, every faith, every ethnicity, and everyone should be included within any type of motion that we make toward that way. Because if not, it will come off as, some people in my community will think it comes off as racist to me. This is how I feel about it. And women will think that it's biased toward them. That's why I would like Councilman Sam Joshi, and I would like Councilman Richard Brescher to work on a clean one like they have in other states, like they have in San Antonio. I would like them to work on a nice clean one, because I think the whole town, women and everybody should be included in it. That's just how I feel about it.
I agree with that, Council President. I like that idea. Let's get a clean version.
Yes, Council President. Sorry, Council President, at this point, I did replay the tape, and there were two different versions, as far as I know. And I would rather, if the spirit is to denounce all discrimination, I'm 100% in support of that. And I think that I echo the sentiments of Councilman Deal on that. But the language is not clear, and I do have one that was sent to me by many residents referring to the San Antonio, Texas resolution. I will commit 100% to support that. But as it stands right now, the reality is that we don't know what we're voting on. And that's why, I don't support this language as it is. I'll support what San Antonio, Texas did. I think they did it right, and there was no political agenda behind it.
Thank you very much.
If there's no further debate, then the clerk should call the roll, and a yes vote adds the resolution as it currently stands, as it was read by Councilman Brescher, and a no vote will reject and will not add the resolution to council agenda.
Councilor, second, just because I don't want to interrupt the roll call, I wholeheartedly believe in the spirit of it, but I'm in agreement. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. Let's put it forward. Let's get everybody that wants to move this forward to work together. So let's work on a clean copy. So thank you, Council President. I'm sorry. I just didn't want to interrupt the roll call. Thank you.
Councilman Brescher.
We're ready for a vote? A roll call?
Councilman Brescher, I think we're at a sound point to consider tabling this. Is that something you'll consider?
Well, put it this way. From what I believe our council had said was the motion was made, so we vote on it. Very similar to probably the military ordinance that we did. It looks like it probably won't pass, but then we'll work on something that will pass and, will be palatable to a majority of the council.
All right, roll call. It's as is.
This roll call is to vote on whether it's going to be added to the agenda. Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Deal.
No to add as is.
Councilmember Gomez.
No to add as is.
Councilmember Joshi.
No to add as is.
Councilmember Patil,
Yes.
Council President Jim Freeman.
No to add as is. All right, so now we can go on to,
It's not added to the agenda.
okay, so now we can go on to, anyone has anything they would like to pull for separate?
Yes, Council President.
Yes.
Councilman Doshi would like to pull Resolution 252 for a separate vote.
All right, okay.
And Council President, I think 250, and then I think there was a request for 223, 235, 237.
Wait a minute. Your workers got to get this. He wants to pull 250.
250.
Okay.
What's the other one?
Separate vote. Councilman Brescher?
245.
Okay.
237.
237.
235.
235.
And I believe Councilman Doshi said 223.
All right,
Can't do that. 237 and 235. So let me make sure I got this all. Are you done?
Yes.
Josie only said 252.
Okay, wait.
Okay.
I want to make sure I got what Councilman Brescher is pulling is. Councilman Brescher is pulling 250, 245, 237, and 235.
And 223.
And 223, which is the budget. 223. Wait, I gotta... Anyone else?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, Councilman Coyle, Madam Clerk, can you repeat all those numbers, please, again?
Sure. Councilman Joshi is pulling 252. Councilman Brescher is pulling 223, 235, 237, 245, and 250. Is there anything else?
Madam Clerk, Councilman Joshi pulled 245 in the work session. Is it still on the agenda?
No, you can't pull anything in the work session.
He couldn't pull it in the work session. He pulled it in this live session. He pulled it right now. You can't pull it in the work session.
He said he didn't want it on. He said he wanted to pull it, but it's being pulled now.
Okay, I just, he was
Now, what's happening, yeah, Councilman Coyle makes a good point. What's happening here, I had forgotten, Councilman Joshi said that you really need a motion to pull it off the agenda at this point. It's all you're doing right now is pulling things off for a separate vote. I guess you can. Never mind. You can just vote on just tabling it when it comes up for a vote. I'm sorry. Again, I'll be back on mute.
Okay, we ready to roll there?
So Councilman Coyle, is there anything additional that you want pulled for a separate vote?
It was 235. I wanted pulled, and I saw that, and all of the appointments to the Housing Authority to be tabled for one council meeting.
Wait, so then you have 251 you want to pull?
Those are for separate vote. You can't table. It's for separate vote.
Wait.
All the appointments except for the mayor's
separate vote. No problem.
I lost you. I'm sorry. What's the
We lost you. Hello?
Okay. I believe. Hello? I'm still here. Hello?
Yeah, okay, you want to pull each?
Broken out.
All right. Each one for separate vote?
Madam Clerk, I believe it would be Resolution 251 to 252, which would be all the appointments to the Housing Authority through the council. And I don't want to make the mistake. I am supporting the mayor's appointment of Carlos Sanchez, which is on the agenda in the administrative part. And I'm only asking to table this for one council meeting.
All right, anyone else got anything else to pull for separate vote? Please.
I have nothing, Council President. Joe Coyle.
Okay. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda without excluding the ones for separate vote, which would be R 223, 235, 237, 245, 250, 251, and 252. Did I get all the ones for separate vote? Is that correct? So, consent agenda will be... Okay, that was Councilman Deal. Do I have a second? Second on the consent agenda without those?
Oh, can I, oh.
Sorry, second, Councilman Gomez.
All right, so now we got a...
All right, now I'm going to do roll call. Councilmember Brescher.
This is on everything else?
This is to vote on the consent agenda without the ones we pulled for separate vote, which would be 223, 235, 237, 245, 250, 251, and 252.
Okay, yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Deal.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Joshi.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Council President Ship Freeman.
Yes.
Okay, so now let's start with the first one. 223, Councilman Brescher pulled this for separate vote.
I thought it was, oh yeah, 223, temporary budget appropriation. All right, roll call. Oh,
I need a motion.
Listen, they've got me like this almost, it's like so late. Okay,
First, he pulled it because he...
Yeah, can I have a motion to approve the temporary budget appropriation 223?
Yes, I make the motion.
Can I get a second?
But who made the motion?
Richard Brescher.
To approve it. Yeah. All right, so you're going to approve it. All right, and the second is who?
Who seconded it?
Councilman Joshi.
Yoshi.
Councilmember, no, call. Councilman Brescher?
Yes.
Councilman Coyle?
No.
Councilmember Deal?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez?
This is on the temporary budget?
Yes.
No, otherwise people can't get paid. No.
No. Wait. This is a motion to approve this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. I'm sorry. We're switching back and
The
forth.
motion is to approve the resolution. Yes approves the resolution. No rejects the resolution.
I'm sorry. This is 223, right?
Yeah, 23.
Okay. Yes, approve the resolution.
Council President, I fit into the same boat as Councilman Gomez. I thought the vote we were taking was to pull it from the agenda for a separate vote.
You pulled That's what I did we vote? You
No,
already
It has
voted.
been pulled. It's been pulled for a separate vote. Now this is the vote, Councilman.
Okay.
So
Then
it's
my
either,
vote is
your vote should be
no,
changed
not
to
yet.
no, correct? Your vote
My
should be
vote
changed
is
to no. That's why you pulled it.
yes. My vote would be no then.
Yes.
Wait a minute. You
Okay.
made the motion. You made the motion to approve it.
That's okay. He can make a motion to approve it and not vote in favor of it.
Now, so let's do this roll call again. Councilmember Brescher? No.
No.
Councilmember Coyle? No.
No.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Deal said yes?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez said yes?
Yes.
Councilmember Joshi?
Yes.
Councilmember Patil?
Yes.
Council President Chip Freeman?
Yes.
So that did get approved.
Okay, all right, so that's approval, all right.
Now we're going on to 235. 235 and 237, we want to put them together as one. They're for street opening permits. Can I put the vote together?
Hello, is everybody okay with her putting the two streets together?
Can someone make a motion to add? Someone can make a motion to add 235 and whatever the two numbers are to be voted on together.
So moved.
Motion to add together. So move.
Okay. Is there any opposition to that motion to consider them together? Hearing none, the vote now will be to approve those two resolutions as a mini consent agenda, if you will. A yes vote approves both, a no vote rejects them.
Do I have a motion to approve them together? Oh, no, I'm sorry, to approve them to be adopted.
So moved.
You have that, Madam Clerk. Now you just need a roll call as to whether to approve. Yes is to approve the resolution, no is to reject the resolution. But all you need, you already have the motion and the second to add it. And that wasn't proposed.
Councilmember Brescher?
No.
Councilmember Coyle?
No to approve these street opening permits because of lack of transparency, that they have not clarified the work properly done.
Councilmember Deal?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes, the fact that we have an engineering department that is responsible for this from an administrative duty to ensure that anything that they're signing off on has been inspected and thoroughly gone through a process to ensure that they protect the best interests of Edison Township. So yes, thank you.
Councilmember Joshi?
Yes.
Councilmember Patil?
Yes.
Council President Chip Freeman?
What are we voting on now, the streets?
Yes, 235 and
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that's that. Next one is Resolution 245. Councilman Brescher, you pulled this one for a separate vote. So do I have a motion to approve this Resolution 245?
So moved.
Yeah. Are there any,
Second. Councilman Gomez?
Second is Councilman Gomez. Councilmember Brescher?
No.
Councilmember Coyle?
No.
Councilmember Deal?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Joshi?
No.
Councilmember Patil?
No.
Council President Chip Freeman?
Abstain. How many votes is it? I'm abstaining from that one at the Edmond Avenue. I'm checking it out.
So it did not get approved. There's 4 no's.
Okay.
That one did not get approved.
Did not get approved. All right. Moving.
Here we have North Street opening. Another one. 250. Resolution R250. It's another street opening permit. Escrow, I'm sorry. So I have a motion to approve the street opening? Or a motion to?
I don't have it open in front of me right now, Madam Clerk, but are you sure that's a street opening and not a housing authority?
No, 250 is the street opening.
It is street opening, okay. What I would suggest you do is, given the volume, you should probably just read the title so that people know what they're voting on.
Okay. This is a resolution to release the street opening escrow for 93 Tingley Lane. It's resolution R250.
So moved.
You want it, all right. To adopt? Second?
Second. Yes, motion to adopt.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Yes, Councilman Gomez?
Councilman Gomez.
Okay. All right, roll call. Councilmember Brusher?
No.
Councilmember Coyle?
No.
Councilmember Deal?
Yes.
Member Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Joshi?
Yes.
Councilmember Patel?
Yes.
Council President Chip Freeman?
Yes.
That one got approved. Now we're on to Resolution 251 that Councilman Coyle holds for the appointments of Terry Johnson and Barry Telsnick on the Housing Authority.
Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
So moved. Bob Deal, who seconded?
Councilman
Who
Gomez.
seconded?
Second.
Councilman Gomez. Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Brusher?
Abstain?
Councilmember Coyle?
No, to hold for next meeting.
Councilmember Deal?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Joshi?
Yes.
Councilmember Patel?
Yes.
Council President Chip Freeman?
Yes.
Okay, that one's passed. Now we have Resolution 252, and this is to appoint Walter Saluto to the Housing Authority. Councilmember Joshi pulled this one.
Okay.
Do I have a motion?
I have a motion.
Well, I think what Councilman Joshi indicated he wanted to do was he wanted to make a motion to table this.
Okay.
No, I wanted to
if I've got that wrong, Councilman, please correct me. If you want to just have an up or down vote, then that's your call. But I thought you said you wanted to discuss tabling it.
No, I plan to vote no on this.
Okay, Councilman.
Okay, just an up and down vote then.
Right, Councilman Joshi, can you tell me why again? I believe that was at the beginning of the meeting.
Yes, this, when I looked at the resumes, this individual is from Atlantic Highlands. He resides in Atlantic Highlands. He is not a resident of Edison, and he drives 1 hour to Edison. He would be driving 1 hour to Edison to be on the Edison Housing Authority. I have no reason to support this at all.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I second that, Council President.
Excuse me?
I seconded Council President Joe Coyle.
Okay, you second? All right. Roll call.
No, did Deal make?
Josie made the motion.
No, he didn't make the motion.
Oh.
Bob Deal made the motion.
Bob Deal made the motion. Yeah.
I made no motion. I made no motion. I just asked Sam Joshi why he Didn't want it on. He said it's an up and down vote. Let's vote.
Okay.
Okay, we just need a motion to add it to the agenda for a vote. So just a motion, and again, you can make the motion to vote on it. Doesn't mean you have to vote yes if you make the motion to add it to the, to have it voted on.
Who's got the motion? I need a motion.
Who's making the motion?
Council President, I'd like to make a clear motion to not accept this resume for an appointment to the Housing Authority.
It would die in lack of motion, and it would die in lack of a second. So if there's no motion and no second, we're not entertaining this.
Yes.
Okay, all right, then we're not entertaining it. We don't have no second, all right.
But Sam Joshi, how can it not, Council President, Sam Joshi, it's his motion to pull. I'm seconding it. So.
No. No, he pulled it for a separate vote. He didn't make a motion to pull this resolution. He said he was going to vote no because he doesn't live here. He didn't make a motion to pull the resolution. Am I correct on that? Councilman Joshi, are you pulling it to be tabled, or we're just doing a separate vote?
No, we should be having a straight up or down vote. That's it.
Right. That means I need a motion to approve.
We need a motion to approve.
Council President, I received a motion. I referred to Councilman Sam Joshi on what he wants to do.
And if there's no motion to approve it, then it doesn't get, if there's no motion, then it fails right there, so he's not getting appointed.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, so there's no motion, and the resolution dies, correct?
Right.
There's no motion, there's no second, the resolution's dead. Is there anybody disagree with that statement?
Great.
I vote on it, Counselor. I'm just.
Okay, that's fine.
Now,
if you want to vote on it, but somebody needs to make a motion and somebody needs to second that motion so that you can have the vote. And the vote can be, you can make a motion to introduce it and vote against it. Or you could just do nothing and let it die.
Council President, to the Counselor, if your belief is it's not on the agenda and it died, then that's fine. We never experienced it doing it that way.
Yeah, okay, Councilman, I believe we did, but yes, that is, just to be clear, if there is no motion to introduce this and no second, then the resolution dies and it's not acted upon.
A motion. All right?
Okay. Then clarify to the Council President what the comments are. She has to declare it died.
Excuse me?
No motion, so
it died. Okay, so can I get a motion to open the public portion? Not yet.
Yeah, so that's it. So now we're through consent agenda. There was no motion. It's dead.
All right, the motion's dead. Okay.
The resolution's dead. There's just no motion.
All right. So now I need a motion to open the public.
No, you don't need a motion to open. You're opening the public portion.
Oh, yeah, I'm like, this is a long night. I'm opening the meeting for public comments. I will be reading them to you, okay? All right. April 29th, 12:06 p.m., public submissions. Mark Malarkey, 153 4th Street. 1, apparently you don't understand that many people don't have sound cards and speakers on a home computer. 2, has connectivity been tested outside of your firewall, and what was the result? 3, has connectivity been tested for DSL, cable, and wireless through all the dominant players in the marketplace? 4, there are builders willing to move forward in this uncertain economic climate. Thank you. Please forward this to the IT department. Okay. David Zelica.
No, I said you're going to forward it.
Okay.
I made a note.
All right.
Probably forward that.
Okay. All right. I only have like 25, so I'm going to try to read as many of these as I can. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Council President,
I have to get these read.
What's he want?
What is it? Can you wait till I read all of them and then you can answer after that? Can you? Because we're limited on time.
Council President, I was just asking for the time received before you read the submission.
Okay, sure. Okay, I thought I'd read the time, but I'll read it again. Here we go. David Zelliger, May 11th, 11:51, public meeting submission. Recently, it was revealed that a council president, Chip Freeman, shared racist content on Facebook. It was offensive to Asians, Catholics, and Jews. Where I originally claimed she was hacked, she backed off this claim in May 5th interview with New Jersey. Quote from article, I'll quote you from the article, even though it wasn't said, but Joyce Chip Freeman promised that it had nothing to do with COVID. She was simply upset. She told us after seeing CNN's story about McDonald's and China banning black people. What does that have to do with boycotting every Chinese restaurant owner around here? As small business struggle to stay afloat, the Asian, everybody, they all around the world, and they all go together. She told us what happens in their country happens here too. That's how the blacks feel about it. There's more so here. The first conceding that out of frustration, yes, I shared the meme, and assuring us she since deleted the post and apologized. She said, I don't even think I shared it because somebody's been hacking my Facebook since January. I just took the blame for it to let it die right. She's one of the crazies, you decide. As this has become a national embarrassment for Edison and shows biases toward the majority of his residents, Ms. Chip Freeman should accept responsibility for her social media posts and resign. What action, if any, will the council be taking in this matter? Okay, next one. As Monday, May 11th, 1:39 p.m. Mr. Rostamala, will you please forward this to the council? It will appear on the communication. All right. As a resident of Lois Wilkie, as a resident of Edison, would you like to compliment council? I would like to compliment Council President Joyce Chip Freeman. We have had many fine council presidents, but Ms. Chip Freeman has a refreshing, no-nonsense style that has made meetings more productive and efficient. It has not been an easy task to keep meetings on point and moving along due to long and repetitive comments by some council members. I welcome her new insight and efficiency. Thank you, Council President Chip Freeman, Lois Wilkie, Edison. Bruce Diamond, Tuesday, May 12th. Okay. May 12th, 10:23 a.m. Council President Chip Freeman, my name is Bruce Diamond, and I live at 74 Calvert Avenue West. Tonight, I want to express my support for Council President Chip Freeman. I never got to know her prior to her being elected to council. In fact, I didn't even vote for her. That being said, out of the 4 recently elected council members, she has been the most pleasant surprise. As council president, she has brought a no-nonsense approach to running the meetings. She has attempted to reduce the noise and grandstanding that council members are constantly attempting to inject into the meeting. I believe she has tried to restrict the divisive rhetoric that certain council members are constantly trying to inject into the discussion. And during oral petitions and remarks, based on the council president's responses to those attempts at divisiveness, I find it hard to understand how she can be accused of being a racist. Social media seems to have become a political tool, and seems to me, even with as much as good as it can do, it borders on being an enemy of democracy. Again, I very much appreciate how, as council president, she tries to move the meetings along in a civil manner. While for her, I have been very pleasantly surprised by her leadership. She's displayed under very difficult circumstances. The next time around, she certainly got my vote. Mark Malarkey, May 11th, 2:47 p.m. On Amboy Avenue between 4th On Amber Avenue, between the Fords and the Turnpike underpass, there are loads of overgrown and even dead trees that need attention. Seems tree pruners tidied up from Route 1 through the Turnpike Bridge only. Has there been an effort to ban the use of their air brakes within the township or on certain county, state, or local roads? I live in Clara Barton, and the morning sounds of large trucks using air brakes on route is pretty annoying and is very loud too. If that isn't possible, can other planting or noise mitigating features be done? I recognize it's a PSE&G right-of-way along with pipelines in that area of town, but there was a small berm installed for some reason that is too low to have any effect. The small overgrown park on Emmett Avenue needs attention to the dead trees and fallen ones too. Emmett Avenue Park, its name, along route, there are grassy areas that are unkept. Recognize it's the state's responsibility, but there's a way to prioritize that at the state's whim whenever their contractors or employees get to it. Is there any possibility of increasing the recyclable frequency perhaps just during the pandemic? More people I know I fill my bin within 2 weeks. This is my 30th year in Edison. For that, I've been making the triangle green area on 3rd Street and Roosevelt Boulevard and a little nicer with bulbs and perennials, adding some color. There are 2 oval beds and they have growing flower cover that the EPW cuts down versus letting the ground cover bloom. I need to submit this to you, Maureen, for administration follow-up, so I'll set it on the side for you. All right? All right. Peter Dexon, public meeting submission, follow-up. Dear Council, dear Edison Council, my name is Peter X. Huang. I'm a 20-year Edison resident and registered voter. My address is 3 Skytop Road, Edison, New Jersey. This is a question for Ms. Shipp. On May 7th article, you told NJM a quote that Asians and everybody, they're all around the world, they all go together. She told us. What happens in their country happens here too. That's how blacks feel about it. What did you mean their country? Can you please let the residents know what your country is? Their country, the same as your country, is called United States of America. As one of so many Asian Americans that live in Edison, I'm deeply offended by your discriminative words against Asian Americans. Can you apologize to all Asian Americans and residents in Edison? Next one. Okay. Public meeting. Hui Ching, May 11th, 6:13 p.m. I have some concerns regarding this matter. Number one, according to a very detailed analysis of Washington Post, this lawsuit is unlikely to yield any financial benefits for Edison taxpayers. Even if we won this lawsuit, it's unlikely we are going to get any monetary compensation from any foreign government. If so, why are we wasting taxpayers' money to fill this lawsuit? The only one who benefits from this drama will be the lawyers, as they will reap lucrative legal fees no matter what. Ping Wang, May 2020, 6:16 p.m. This is for Council President Ms. Shipp Freeman. On May 7th, you told NewJersey.com, Quan, quote, the Asians and go together. What happens in a country happens here. That's how the blacks feel about it. Ms. Freeman, my country is the United States of America. Please tell us, what is your country? Tuesday, May 12th, 11:16 a.m. Sylvia Engel, 82 West Drive Road. In lieu of speaking at a council meeting on May 13th, I am writing this letter with a heavy heart and great disappointment in some of our Edison citizens. In light of this terrible coronavirus that we are experiencing on a daily basis, and today, 5/12, the loss of 145 of our citizens, some I personally know, and the 1,005 cases of the virus, I cannot believe the hateful words on Facebook and Twitter, etc. Isn't it time to put the violence and hateful comments aside and help each other, volunteer for a good cause, help a neighbor, or shop for a household senior? Putting my political affiliation aside, I was thrilled when Joyce Shipp Freeman was elected to serve as council president. Of course, I would have been even more thrilled if Catherine Lynch Killick or Maria Orchid were elected last year, but the voters chose Joyce. Joyce is the first in Edison, the first female council president and first African-American woman elected to the Edison Council. Some folks in Edison are not even willing to give her a chance to show us what she can and will do for our township. Already she is being attacked. So word racist is a new buzzword. I think it's time to erase and delete this word from our vocabulary, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and email, and even from our hearts. People post statements on Facebook that they would never have the courage to say to someone in person. I know Joyce and I know the Shipp family for many years. She has the will and the knowledge and the personality to be a council president. We will all be proud of. Peter Zenon Hayim. It doesn't have an address, but I'm going to read it anyway. It has 3 Skytop Road. It has been noticed that recently anti-Asian bias crime is on the rise. We had an incident, an Asian woman was assaulted by a group of teenagers near township. What additional measures the township will implement to protect its residents? On May 7th, San Antonio City passed a COVID-19 anti-hate resolution denouncing terms like Chinese virus, Kung Fu virus. Will Edison Town Council do the same for Edison, one of the most diverse towns in New Jersey? If not, why? Fuhan, May 13th, 23 Bryan Road, May 13th, 2020, 11:07 a.m. I request my question to be as public council meeting. Recently, hate crime, discrimination, aggression against Asian Jews on the rise as the groups are blamed for diseases outbreak and spread. Edison had an incident of an Asian woman assaulted by a group of 10 teenagers near township. What additional measures the township will implement to protect its residents? On May 7th, San Antonio City passed a COVID-19 anti-hate resolution, including denouncing terms like Chinese virus or Kung Fu virus. Will Edison Town Council do the same? For Edison, one of the most diverse towns in New Jersey, if not why. Here's information for your reference. Cristo Degree, Cristo Fox Road, RD 73, exit 9, I guess. I wanted to denounce the atmosphere of racism created by Councilman Sam Joshi and his radical left-wing religious extremist allies. I don't understand how some guy can claim Sam Joshi fights racism when Sam Joshi himself has covered up the racist flyers and either lied about the fingerprints on the racist flyers or is covering it up for Mayor Lanky and Sharik Ahmad, president of Edison Democratic Association, who paid $5,000 for the postage stamp. How dare some guy from Manalapan try to tell me my council president is a racist while he defends the real racist extremist in Sam Joshi? Just because Sam Joshi was caught promoting a neo-Nazi agenda in Lakewood, now he has to pretend to be a champion of racism. Sam Joshi should not be allowed to speak for my council president. Sam Joshi has not yet hit puberty, and he wants to lecture Joyce Shipp Freeman. I endorse Council President Joy Shipp Freeman. She has been framed and has been under attack, and ever since she was made Council President. Sam Josie must unblock from the public from his personal Facebook page, as the courts would also consider that a government site, since he is always posting government information. Sam Josie better unblock all members of the public. Sam Josie was a part of a firing of a Jewish lawyer and a Chinese library director while harassing David Yee to resign from library board and calling up the Board of Ed to fire Shannon Pang as liaison. So Sam Josie is responsible of firing of one Jewish man, one Chinese woman, and try getting 2 other Chinese people thrown off the board. That is a matter of public record. I to thank Council President Joyce for always treating me with respect. If Sam Josie was Council President, he would be censoring members of the public he disagrees with. Edison is lucky to have Joyce, who refuses to be bullied by out-of-town lobbies with political agendas, while Sam Josie bends to the will of his party bosses and masters. It has been over 100 years of the Greek and Armenian genocide, and I would like Edison Town Council to recognize, yes, the Greek-Armenian genocide is a historical event, and the country of Turkey is murderers who killed women and children. Constantinople, Cyprus is Greek. Kosovo is Serbia, Crimea is Russia, and Kashmir belongs to India. One time, a Democratic committee man, Brett Baker, called me a Nazi and told people not to vote for me, and I will file a lawsuit on him for defamation of character. The only person who defended me was Joy Shipp Freeman. She called out Baker for a stupid childish post and bringing up the lies and hypocrisy in such posts, while other government officials and even teachers and members of Board of Ed were so stupid enough to like lies and propaganda when Baker even posted a screenshot where I was clearly called a non-racist. A Christian by neo-Nazi that this was the so-called proof that provided. Joy Shipp Freeman had the courage to speak the truth. Edison loves Joyce and the council president and Joyce from the Recreation Department. Also, last year, while the Democrats and fake Republicans held a meeting to decide what to do with me and not allow me in town council, which not be legal, would be breaking the Sunshine Law, I was told the only 2 people who stand up for my rights as an American citizen was Joy Shipp Freeman and A.J. Patel. I would like to take a moment to denounce Brett Baker and fake Republicans like Lori and John Roach and Lisa Dominski, who were screaming at Chinese people during the town council, and the Republican committee woman, Lori Roach, who promoted the beating down of the Indian teenagers in high school. Also, I would like the Edison Town Council to pass a resolution not to kill any animals in Edison, as there are Democrats who want to kill and massacre all the innocent deer in Edison, New Jersey. I would like to give Joyce an A+, as she never censors members of the public. 2 meetings ago, I did a First Amendment audit to see if it would be censored and violating the public comments portion. And to my surprise, Joyce read everything as if it was written word for word. When I insulted her, she should step down as council president, but in reality, I never really meant it. I was being sarcastic and making a joke out of it because members of the town council, some has publicly called her to step down. Huyang. Question. Okay, I request a question. The Asians and everybody, they all around go together. What happened in the country happens here too. That's how the blacks feel about it. End quote. What happens in their country happens here too. That's how they feel about it. What did you mean, their country? Can you please let Edison resident know what is your country? Is their country the same, your country, which is called United States of America? Okay. Maria Orchid, May 13th, 2:18 p.m. Dear Dear members of council, thank you for having the opportunity to voice my comments. Thanks to everyone who participated in the Hands of Hope and Mixed Foods Drive on Saturday, May 9th at Edison High School from 11 to 4. Please remember they are still in need of food and donations. Thank you for updating the official list. Do we have an official list of the streets that will be closed for upgrading so the residents would know when and where not to travel? Please remember to check in on your senior neighbors to make sure they are okay. Any updates on the farmers market? Has the household hazard day been rescheduled? And I'd like to wish everyone a safe and happy Memorial Weekend. Maureen, has the household hazard day been rescheduled?
I think it said something about October. I can't remember the exact date, but it's definitely rescheduled.
Okay, well, I'll submit this to you tomorrow, and you can give me the answers, and I'll send her back the answer. Okay?
Thank you. Yep.
In the interest of time. All right, Dr. Donna Marable, dear Edison City Council, I would like to express my pleasure in the new leadership. It is refreshing to have a new insight in an established entity. We can all learn something new. I appreciate the newness embodied by the new council president, Joyce Freeman. As a lifelong resident of the township, she has lived through many of the injustices and inequities experienced by the constituents. Her candor, intellect, and passion shines bright in the places that have been dark for many of us. I pray you will continue to open your eyes and your heart and to listen to the cry of people. Thank you for your strength, and don't give up when it seems that people with self-serving agendas rise up against you. Grateful, Dr. Donna Marable. Bo Zia, 10 Lucille Court. I request my question to be read on the May 13th council meeting as public comments. This is a question for Council President Ms. Freeman. In an article posted by NewJersey.com, you told NewJersey.com that Asians and everybody, they all around the world, they all go together. What happens in their country happens here too. That's how the blacks feel about it. What did you mean, their country? Can you please let the Edison residents know what is your county? Is this country the same as your country, which is called United States of America? Bozia, again. Recently, hate crimes, discrimination, aggression against Asians, Jews are on the rise as the groups are blamed for disease and outbreak and spread. Edison had an incident of an Asian woman being assaulted by teenagers near the township. What additional measures the township will implement to protect the residents? On May 7th, San Antonio City passed the COVID-19 anti-hate resolution, including denouncing terms like Chinese virus or Kung Fu virus. Will Edison Town Council do the same? Edison, one of the most diverse towns in New Jersey. If not, why? Here is the information for your reference. Cheyenne Pang, May 13, 4:11 p.m. 3 questions for Council President Joyce. On Facebook, you had a post connecting Corona to Israel, a post to call for blacks stop eating Chinese food. Then the post was taken down. You put up an apology. Then you claimed that anti-Semitic about Chinese posts were done by a hacker. Who hacked your account? My question is, who took the question post down? Who posted the apology before you found out your account was hacked, also by the hacker? This must be a very consistent one. The firm to take up the lawsuit for Edison against Chinese government is called Lombardi. Is the owner of this firm related to the previous councilman Lombardi? 3, what are the chances of winning the lawsuit? 1%, 10%, 50%. We all know this kind of case has never won in history. Why are we doing it? Just another nepotism, corruption, or another try to gain popularity and taxpayer money? Public meeting, Quan Nguyen. I request my 2 questions to be read at May 13th. First question for Council President. I read an article. What happens in this country happens here. That's how blacks feel about it. What do you mean their country? Can you please let the Edison residents know what's our county? Is this country the same as your country, which is called the United States? My second question is for Ms. Ship Freeman. On Facebook, you had a post connection Corona to Israel and a post to call for black residents to stop eating Chinese food. And the post was taken down, and you put up an apology claiming anti-Semitic, anti-Chinese were done by... my question, who took down the original racially motivated post? Who posted the apology before you found out your account was hacked? Quang Nguyen, Wednesday, May 13th, 4:24 p.m. I request my question to be read at May 13th council meeting. Recently, hate crimes, discrimination, aggression against Asians and Jews are on the rise as the groups are blamed for the disease outbreak and spread. Edison had an incident of an Asian woman assaulted by a group of teenagers near township. What additional measures the township will implement to protect its residents? On May 7th, San Antonio City passed an COVID-19 anti-hate resolution, including denouncing terms like Chinese virus or Kung Fu virus. Will Edison Town Council do the same for Edison, one of the most diverse towns in New Jersey, if not why?
And she won all of them. Everyone. She's like 19 for her token.
She must, Norman Blick, Wednesday, May 13, 2020, 4:46 p.m. She must resign immediately from not only her council presidency, but also the council and all the public appointed elected positions with Edison Township. Her remarks reek from anti-Semitism, absolute white racism. She is not fit to hold public office. I am curious to hear other council members' comments in the mayor's relative to her history of disgusting remarks, Jews, Asians, and Catholics. Edison Township absolutely deserves better leadership, being most diverse community we stand. Submitted by Norman Blick, a concerned resident and citizen of taxpayer of the great township of Edison. Okay, Patricia Ewers, 54E Reading Road, public meeting submissions. Greetings. I have watched and listened to the Edison Council meetings and find it a little disturbing. I have witnessed a council president attempt to unify a council who boasted of their diversity and representation. It is merely a portrait of little effect if you are unable to successfully implement unity amongst yourselves. The real work has just begun. You have, as a group, elected your council president, Joyce Shipp. Support your choice. There are some people you have to get to know after a long period of time. Council President Joyce is not perfect, but she will not leave you guessing about her sincerity and where she stands. Some people call her a straight shooter, but with a heart for people. I believe that is why you selected her. Council President Joyce Shipp is the right person not only for the council, but for the presidency. Council President Joyce has demonstrated her ability to work with and identify with the plight of people from different nationalities and religious beliefs. This is evident in her past and present relationships, both professional and personal. Joyce identifies strongly and will quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. She has always been a proponent of, yes, equal representation where there may be an injustice or unfairness. She brings it to the full circle when the injustice is not seen and accepting a person on the basis of their character, honesty, and ability. Ironically, I have not heard much about the Human Relations Committee she proposed. You can't keep doing the things the same way and expect a different result. I believe you have it in her leadership. I also believe that has it in the town council. I must leave you 2 sentences of caution and 1 suggestion. The town council has legal representation. The council members need to yield to your legal counsel. It will keep you and the other members in our fine city out of trouble. I have also noticed that there are permitting outside too much to say within our community. Why do they get the floor to render a social opinion disrupting our community? Lastly, team building always helps. If you are not unified, how do you propose to run a diverse community? At one of the meetings, one of the council members incited racial accusations in front of an already angry group of people who felt they were discriminated against. This shows lack of wisdom and can result in racial uprise within the community. I wish you the best. I know you can do it. I voted for you, all of you. Lisa Zeminski, May 13th, 5:01 p.m. Why is there a constant grandstanding and gaslighting amongst our council members, particularly the individuals who ran on the same ticket during the last election? At a time of pandemic and the people sick and fighting for their lives, why does our council have to be the epicenter of chaos and embarrassment? From political photo ops using township golf carts with no mask while not social distancing, council members attacking and threatening private citizens on Facebook groups, to personal Facebook page posts that are used against another member as a political hit job. Instead of bringing people together, we the people are yet again put into a position to choose sides, who is right and who is wrong, and it's extremely disheartening. Your lack of willingness to work together for the betterment of Edison is causing distress and continued stain on our township. Wednesday, May 13th, 6:13 p.m. 5 Fair Hill Road, Edison, New Jersey. I still believe Joyce, president of the council, was hacked and would like her to say in public the two items which some in Jewish community are upset about were the items specifically that were hacked, and that is being investigated to prove it was hacked. I believe Joyce and her family has suffered enough through this ordeal and would like to put the issue at rest. She offered an apology regarding the Chinese community as I understood it. I am tired of certain members of the council and the mayor accused of supporting an anti-Semite when it's completely false. Edison Rabbi Dr. Bernard Rosenberg. Okay. Now you have, okay. There's another one by Chris, though. No, but there's other ones. Okay. Okay, I can't see. Hold on one second. I can't see. The lights is out for a minute. Oh, I got another pile over here? No. Oh, that's the ones that I'm doing over here. Oh, that's the other pile over there? Okay. I gotta wait. I gotta put his at the back because what happens during the meeting is he has to wait to the end again if he speaks the second time. All right, okay. Now, Rosaline Jan, Wednesday, May 13th, 2020. I request my question to be read May 13th, council meeting as public comment. Recently, hate crime, discrimination, aggression against Asian and Jews are on the rise as the groups are blamed for the diseases, outbreak, and spread. Edison had an incident of an Asian woman assaulted by a group of teenagers near township. What additional measures the township will implement to protect its residents? On May 7th, San Antonio City passed a COVID-19 anti-hate resolution, including denouncing terms like Chinese virus, Kung Fu virus. Will Edison Town Council do the same for Edison, one of the most diverse towns in New Jersey, if not why? Okay. This is another one by the same person. Okay. Rosaline Jan, May 13th, 2020, 6:23 p.m. 9 Fielding Place. 9 Fielding Place. I request my two questions to read at May 13th. First question is, Council President Ms. Chip Freeman, read the following. And around the world, what happens in their country happens here too. That's how blacks feel about it. What do you mean, their country? Can you please let the Edison residents know what your country is? Their country, the same as your country, which is called the United States. My second question for Liz Ship Freeman as well on Facebook. You had a post connection to Corona Israel and post call for black residents to stop eating Chinese food. Then the posts were taken down, and you put up an apology claiming the anti-Semitic in Chinese were done by a hacker. My question, who took down the original racially motivated post? Who posted the apology before you found out your account was hacked? Okay. Tony Pasquale, 2 Pine Street, Edison. I was just curious. It is possible to have a time limit for council member comments. It is not a time for grandstanding. Also, can council members be concise and not accusatory to other members or even the legal counsel when making their comments? It is very sad. It is a very sad representation when council members accuse each other just to make a point. I am suggesting maybe the council should hire a coach to help them work together in a more positive way as is done in the corporate world. My friend makes a good amount of money teaching CEO and management people how to work together. Just a thought. Okay. Let me see if I got any others before that. All right. Chris Soda Greek, the Edison chief. Do I have any more? Okay, and then it's after this time so we can call the meeting. Okay, all right. Christo the Greek, May 13th, 2020, 8:57 p.m.
Council President.
He's the last one in the meeting, and we're done.
Wait, Council President, if you're going to read something, I would just ask you to use discretion because his previous email was not appropriate.
Okay, so all right.
If you're going to, I mean, maybe you want to look it over. Previously, when any individual has anything to say that is inappropriate or offensive, as Mr. Northgrave knows, we wouldn't entertain it at all. So if you're going to read an email, I just ask you to use discretion when reading it.
So I'm good with you, and that's why I'm not reading the last one. You can cut anybody who wants it from the council meeting, because now that I looked over it, that I had more time to look over it, I'm not, it's deemed, to me it looks offensive. So I will have Mr. Northgrave. If it's not offensive, I will read it at another time, but to me it looks offensive right now. All right?
If it's explicit or inappropriate or something like that, I don't think it should be read. If it's productive and, if the individual is trying to have a common sense conversation like a normal human being, then that's fine.
Okay, all right, okay, I agree with you 100%. And if I have a question for another point, I will make it my business to make sure it's sent out to Mr. Northgrave before it's even read. That's what I would do appropriately. Thank you very much. Thank you for your help, Councilman Joshi. All right, this is the last one. The Edison chief can't know if her account was hacked because Joy Ship Freeman could have forgotten her cell phone in a public place and a random person could post on a post even on her own device. That's the end of it. Can I get a motion to close? We have to wait 2 seconds. You have to wait because of the line, because some of them have to wait 2 seconds. Can I receive a motion to close the public?
Motion to close public portion. Councilman Gomez.
You have to wait. They said you have to wait 2 minutes. Then we'll get it. So.
Right. Okay.
All right, okay. All right, now I can take a motion to close the public portion.
Motion to close the public portion.
Okay. And who seconded?
Second.
I had Joshi. All in favor?
Aye.
right, motion, I was going to say motion adjourned. Meeting adjourned. We need a motion to adjourn now. I'm sorry, I'm exhausted.
Motion to adjourn, Council President.
Gomez, a motion to adjourn. 2 seconds.
Patil. AJ Patil? Yep. Motion adjourned at meeting's adjourned to...
Listen. Meeting to adjourn. 10:15. Everybody go get in your PJs. Bye.